AGM for Gloucestershire Cricket will take place here at the Seat Unique Stadium at 7 o'clock. It's obviously admitted to members only, but you can attend in person or online. If you request the link, it will be sent out by 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So that's the AGM for Gloucestershire Cricket tomorrow evening here at the Seat Unique Stadium, 7 o'clock. Members can attend in person or online by the link, which will be sent out tomorrow. If you're on the ground today and you're not a member, perhaps I can just point you in the direction of a couple of packages which might entice you through the season. Obviously we're still in April and we've got all the white ball cricket still ahead of us. A blast pass which gets you into all the home T20 group matches, saves you over £50 compared to buying it on a match by match basis. And the one-day membership, which comes with membership rights, voting rights, AGM and such, is only £10 more than the blast pass, and you save over £100 across those 11 days of white ball cricket. So well worth looking into. And if you want to discuss that, Ollie and David are in the club office today and they can give you the full details. And finally, a reminder that the first aid room on the ground today, hopefully not needed, but if you should need first aid treatment, it's behind the mound stand at the pavilion end of the ground. We'll keep you up to date with the scores from elsewhere today, but Gloucestershire women are in action up at Geddington Cricket Club in near Kettering against Northants, the second match of their Metro One Day Cup season after starting with a win. Northants are batting in their 24 for 2. They started there at 10:30. and gentlemen, welcome to this third day of our championship fixture against our friends from Leicestershire. Gloucestershire resuming 88 for 2 in their second innings, a lead of 78. And good morning to our umpires for this match, who are Tom Lundy and Paul Pollard.
Well, good morning everybody. You are most welcome to join us here at the Seat Unique Stadium, the county ground on Neville Road in Bristol, on the most glorious late spring day for the third day, moving day, in this Rothesay Second Division County Championship match between Gloucestershire and Leicestershire. The match is extremely interestingly poised. Gloucestershire in their second innings are 88 for 2, a lead of 78 over the Foxes. The pitch continued over yesterday to offer the bowlers a certain amount of assistance. Conditions much better for batting though this morning. Cameron Bancroft about to resume, 36 not out. Not quite sure how, because Ian Holland gave him an absolutely torrid time yesterday evening in particular, but he's got through, and the night watchman even is with him at the moment. Dom Goodman just faced the one ball from Logan van Beek, behind which he got very solidly and blocked out into the offside. That was because just beforehand we saw the dismissal of Ollie Price, who battled his way through to 43 before being bowled by the aforementioned Holland. Myself, Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester. Stephen Lamb is with us this morning from BBC Bristol. Ed Seaborn being temporarily otherwise engaged over at Taunton.
Morning, Richard.
Morning, Stephen.
Nice to see you.
You brought glorious weather with you.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it?
Just the most perfect late spring day. Alfonso Thomas, Leicestershire's head coach, absorbed in a telephone conversation, walks around the ground below us. Ian Holland is going to start the bowling for Leicestershire. Holland has been outstanding.
I was going to say, from what you were saying about his bowling last night, that's no surprise.
No. Indeed not, nor is it that Hanscom has turned to him. Hanscom, a very sort of traditional captain, he expects his key bowlers to do most of the bowling. So, from the Bristol Pavilion end, Ian Holland.
On his way into bowl to the Gloucestershire skipper, who turns that one, it's gone off his pad, I think, down to leg slip.
It better have done, because
yes.
Walker's just dropped an absolute goober if it didn't.
Well, we'll be able to see it again on the replay. Any bat involved here? Very difficult to tell, actually. But although the speed at which it went to leg slip,
it suggests thigh pad. It looped a bit, didn't it? It just better have done. It better have done, because that was an absolute sitter.
There wasn't much reaction from any of the fielders. In goes Holland again. This is off the outside edge and is going to be the first run of the morning. It's glided away down to third, and comfortable single for Cameron Bancroft. Now, much depending on how conditions today compare with yesterday. The sun should encourage the batting side of things, but well, we're very early in the piece.
The consensus from the replays is that Bancroft did actually hit that first ball.
Oh, and playing a miss here from Dom Goodman, the night watchman. Just fenced at that one outside his off stump.
Well, I will check afterwards. The reaction of Kimber at second slip suggested, there may not have been too much reaction because they didn't want to give Walker or make him feel too bad, but oh my goodness.
Here is Holland. That's played comfortably off the middle of the bat this time by Dom Goodman. There's plenty of batting to come for Gloucestershire. James Bracey, who's in the form of his life, coming in next, made 93 not out in the first innings in adverse conditions, I think it's fair to say. Impressive knock. Driven, but straight to mid-off. Won't be a run for that. Leicestershire numbers on their backs in fox-style green.
Yes, we've decided to call it Leicestershire green. It's a sort of limey green, isn't it? It's quite a bright one, and the seats around the ground now are nearly all in that colour, and much of the painting as well.
Holland, and he's bowled him. That's the first wicket of the morning. So not long for the night watchman, Dom Goodman. His, I think that was top of off and middle. Played down the wrong line, and an early breakthrough for Leicestershire.
Yeah, I mean, it's how Holland has been having to pick up his wicket. He's having to hit the stumps because Leicestershire aren't catching them at the moment, and lovely delivery that was just a little bit too good for the night watchman. But he did his job in that he faced the one ball he had to face last night and ensured that, well, just by going out there he did his job, basically, because you know, whatever happened, even if he'd been dismissed, then nobody would have had to come in. That would have been it. But he can still sit on his 5 foot. Lovely delivery, hit the top of leg, actually. You know, it seamed back so far, and that's the ball which saw the demise of Price yesterday. Seamed back in, and Holland now has 3 for 22. But if that, as we are told, that first ball, and Bancroft again was put down, really straightforward chance at leg slip, then my goodness, that could be a key moment again. He's using up all his luck for the season at the moment, though, is Bancroft.
The new batsman is at the non-strikers end at the moment. Miles Hammond has come in to join Bancroft. And it's the man on loan from Somerset who took a 5 for in the first innings, Ben Green.
Yes, I think he just got introduced as Logan van Beek, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure which of the two would be pleased about that, or otherwise it is going to be, as you say, Big Ben from that Ashley Down Road end of the ground. Just the 2 slips for Bancroft, third man and long leg. Green up to the wicket, bowls outside off stump, nice line, but Bancroft lets it go through and then indicates with his right hand that there's still that little bit of bounce. We wondered, the heavy roller went on it this morning and the sun has been on it, and we'll... Thank you, Ian, who corrects himself, having decided it was going to be Van Beek. He let him bowl a ball before realising it wasn't. Stephen put him right. Made sure you knew it was Green. In he comes and bowls, and forward goes Bancroft unconvincingly. Thick inside edge. Ball skews out to mid-wicket where Lewis Hill is the fielder. Lewis's missus and little girl are here for this game. Quite a few of the Leicestershire players and families have come. It's a popular trip down to Bristol.
And he rewarded their presence with a half-century.
He did.
First innings.
He's made a great start to the season in that respect. Anxious to go on, though, he told me last night. In goes Green and bowls, outswinger, Bancroft. Probably slightly relieved to be able to step forward and lift his bat over the line of the ball. Kimber is at second slip. Walker is at first. Horrible drop notwithstanding, because Hanscom has got the gloves on. Ben Cox last night, actually I must ask what the result was. He did go for a scan. He went for a CT scan. He was hit in the ribs, just below the heart, and he took a long time to recover. Went off. Did come back out as Green goes in and bowls, goes past the outside edge of the Bancroft bat.
Moral victory.
They were a bit worried about sort of bruising in the lung area, so Ben Cox went off for a scan, and I hadn't heard an updated medical bulletin on Ben's condition. The fact that he went out to bat and finished his innings and bravely picked up a half-century himself, hopefully indicates that he's okay essentially, but I'll try and find out. In goes Green and bowls outside off stump. Bancroft walks forward into the leave, covers everything as is his wont. Bright orange grip on his bat handle for Cameron Bancroft. 89 for 3 then, or 79 for 3 if you like. That is the lead. 7 wickets in hand. We were talking before play started what Leicestershire would be happy chasing. Well, obviously they'd be happy chasing as low a total as possible. Once it gets over 250 though, then hard work. In goes Green and bowls. Lovely on drive from Bancroft, but good stop from Hull, moving smartly to his left, the 6'7" left arm fast bowler, and cutting it off before it goes past him to the long on boundary. Cameron Bancroft still picks up a single, and he moves on to 38, and Gloucestershire on to 90 for 3.
Yeah, he just stuck out the big left mitt, Josh Hull, which was probably the best approach because it was travelling a bit, and if it had gone through a likely boundary.
Good morning to John, who is watching and listening while donating platelets at Leicester Blood Donation Centre. Well done, sir. Bravely done. And hoping for a clatter of wickets to start the day. Well, does one count as is it a clat? It's not quite a clatter yet. Should have been 2, shouldn't it?
Could he make it a clatter, Ian Holland, starting a new over from the Bristol Pavilion end? I think that was a split-second decision to leave there from Bancroft.
It's just such a gorgeous. No, I think you're right. But it's just such a gorgeous line, and the shape of the ball, and that somehow getting that extra bit of lift. It's hard not to. Ed and I yesterday during the over to Bancroft at the end of the day. The commentary consists of words like "ooh" and "struth" and things like that.
Blimey!
Yeah.
Holland again. Appeal for LBW. It looked like it was shaping down leg side. It's partly the position we're in up here. We're just over to the left of the wicket itself.
He steps so far across. He's playing with. You'd think he was playing with fire. Let's have a look. See how.
I think that was just missing.
You could see leg stump, couldn't you?
Umpire Paul Pollard.
It might just have been height because it was above the knee roll, wasn't it? Sort of top of the pad, but my word, that was
something for him to think about.
Decent shout. Yeah.
Paul Pollard and Tom Langley are the 2 umpires. Paul Pollard with Ian Holland passing him now, and that's a firm leave this time from Miles Hammond.
John got in touch on Blue Sky, skeeted me on Blue Sky at RichR23. Do you have any sort of social media handles, I believe is the correct term, Stephen, you want to?
Lamb165.
That's on
X, as now is. Holland in again. That doesn't require to be played, and the left-handed Hammond lets it be.
Steve Sims has been in touch on email, richardray23@gmail.com. The match has been a fascinating watch so far. A result now seems very likely, worrying that the sunny conditions will mean a flatter pitch, less swing and movement, and a chase of 280 could be achievable. Much more than that would be challenging.
This from Holland is defended by Hammond up to mid-off. He's been steadily improving, Miles Hammond, this season. 5 and 9 in the first game at Derbyshire, then 54, 48 and 89. So he's run into some form.
Steve's got a question for you, Stephen. Both of us really, but I'll rely on your expertise. He says, Ed has been surprised at the pace and carry in the pitch.
Here is Holland, defended by Hammond up to mid-off.
But Bristol is notorious for producing flat pitches. In the last game against Glamorgan, 1,219 runs scored for 24 wickets. So why the difference? How does the groundsman prepare a more, quotes, interesting wicket, a wicket more likely to produce a result? Surely there's more to it than just leaving a bit of grass on it. What's he done differently, Stephen?
Yeah,
would
I
you
mean,
say?
it has still, I don't know how it looked on day one, but it's still got a green tinge about it. I wouldn't know whether there are any other dark, well...
The players sometimes talk about live grass, don't they? There's a difference between leaving grass on it and letting grass grow. Green bowls and dropped out into the offside by Bancroft. He's pushed it in front of Rehan Ahmed and as a consequence is able to take the single as the ball runs out towards mid-off.
So that means Miles Hammond is going to be on strike for the first time at the pavilion end. 3 slips in for him.
It's something of a dark art, isn't it, preparing pitches in the way that they're often under instruction from the head coach. The head coach might say what he wants. Green is going to go around the wicket to the left-handed Hammond, who shuffles across and blocks the delivery off stump out to mid-off, picked up by Hull. And there's no run. It'd be interesting. It'd be lovely to get a curator, as they call them in Australia, up here and have a chat about the art. They're always treading a very fine line, you know, between what they're sort of what the head coach might want and the instructions from the ECB and all that sort of thing. It's a devil of a job. In goes Green, and again bowls very straight. A bit straighter, actually. Hammond is forward, blocking the ball out to mid-on. This time, Budinger picks up and throws it to Ahmed, who might well... He's the sort of designated polisher who does his work on it and then throws it back.
I'll see if I can track down Sean Williams, the head groundsman here at lunchtime, to talk about dark arts.
Well, what we can definitely say is that, I mean, certainly Ed and I both prefer a pitch like this by and large. In goes Green and bowls, a little bit short of length. Hammond plunges forward at that one, really, takes it quite high up on the bat, but he does cover the movement, block it out into the offside. And again, there's no run. So Walker first, Kimber second, Van Beek at third alongside Hanscom. So Hanscom has the gloves on because Cox hors de combat at the moment. Green is in and bowls, and again Hammond batting miles out of his crease. Is forward again, blocking the ball out towards Rehan Ahmed, who examines it minutely before getting to work on it. Hanscom thinking at the moment. Mrs. H is here, and the little boy, who, bless his heart, proffered his hand for a handshake yesterday. He's only about, I think, maybe 2. In goes Green, and bowl bounces, and getting forward there, Hammond, and it bounces up and hits him on the chest. And he rubs it more or less where Cox was hit, actually, sort of around about the sort of heart area. And he has padding on, which Cox didn't. I heard the thud. I was actually outside when he was hit. And no wonder he went down. It was a horrible sounding thing. Plus, of course, it was from Singdale. I think it was Singdale, or was it Akhtar? Either way, it was from a faster bowler than Ben Green, and it hurt. And Hammond,
he's still in some pain.
He felt that, and he's still got his right hand to his chest.
A few words of sympathy from his captain just now. Here's Holland, and that's clipped. Timed quite nicely in the end, down to long leg by Bancroft. Will be a comfortable single.
Off middle stump. It's hence the oohs and the ahs from behind there. You must feel as a bowler bowling to Bancroft, you've always got a chance.
Yes, it's the kind of stroke you look back on it and wonder whether you would have done exactly the same next time round. So Holland to the left-handed Hammond. That again, it's timed nicely, but will only go as far as extra cover.
Well, Hamish has minutely examined the LBW appeal against Bancroft in the previous over, and he says it's close, he says, but he's giving it out. And he is a hard man to convince. Well, we said it was close, and it was, but he got the benefit. On he goes into the 40s.
Holland to Hammond. Driven nicely and well fielded at mid-on. He's showing decent touch for a batter who's just come in. Not yet off the mark.
He's kind of always positive, isn't he, Miles Hammond? And watching him over the years, looks to get on the front foot where he can. And I think the nature of the pitch, as it continues to offer the bowler some assistance, will make him even more positive.
That's slanting across him. Started off outside off stump and went further. Comfortably taken by Hanscom.
Should say Holland extended his lead at the top of the Division 2 wicket-taking charts with that early strike. He's on to 18 for the season now.
Valuable man to have.
He got a 50 yesterday as well.
That's outside off stump again, a little bit closer in this time, but still not requiring a stroke from Miles Hammond. Looks a very impressive picture. The Seat Stadium.
Seat unique.
Unique, stadium. Indeed, a unique picture. And comfortable seats all around. And that's not timed so well. Looking for the on drive. Hammond there, and not getting the full weight of the bat behind it. Yeah, it's been filling up gradually. A smattering of spectators enjoying the spring sunshine. At the end of that over from Holland.
I'm completely gutted the ice cream van isn't here.
There's a burger bar.
Well, yeah, but it's a gorgeous sunny day. Hey ho. Green is going to continue. Holland has bowled 15 of the 43 overs that have been bowled in the innings so far. Green is in with a leg slip. Bancroft shuffles across and forward and turns it off the stumps down to, well, almost backward square really, where Rishi Patel. Sweaterless like many of the Leicestershire players. It is I won't keep banging on about what a gorgeous day it is. There's a few white fluffy jobs around, but it is a lovely English late spring's day. Late spring, even. Back around the wicket for Green, who is in, and bowls to Hammond, squares him up, thick outside edge. Just about kept it down. It squirts away through gully. Again, Patel in action, this time at wideish third man. Again, the single is taken. 95 for 3.
Yeah,
Gloucestershire.
No sun hats in evidence as yet amongst the Leicestershire fielders.
Cox sometimes wears one on a sunny day, but obviously he's not out there. And Budinger has been known to, but yeah, no, they've all got their racing green caps on. In goes Green and bowls on off stump. Bancroft defends on the back foot, drops it out towards Ahmed, and they quickly decide there isn't a single in it. I'm glad that they've returned. I'd hate to see the caps in quote unquote Leicestershire green, like the numbers. It's a much more traditional dark green cap.
Yeah, they look good.
Green is in and bowls. Good carry and bounce outside off stump, but Bancroft decides, probably wisely given that extra little bit of bounce, taken a roundabout, sort of shoulder high ultimately by Hanscom, to let it go through. Rehearses the slash away to the mound stand, and the school behind it is still a school, isn't it?
Just the two umpires in the sun hats. Tom Lungley without. No, he's got the headband at the bowler's end.
He has. In goes Green and bowls Bancroft again. You can see all three stumps behind him by the time he's in line to play that. He's playing it from outside off stump. A forward defensive. Back it goes to Green. Yes, an umpire Pollard. Well, if he has got a band, it's a sort of white one, isn't it? It's
yeah,
around his rather smart Panama style. Is it Panama style. In goes Green and bowls. Goes past the outside edge of Bancroft's bat with an outswinger. In this innings, Bancroft has faced 127 balls. I would say that 30 of them have beaten his bat, at least. And
we
still
think
there.
he's been missed
And
off the first ball of
the day.
Although I'm still slightly
You're not
perplexed
convinced,
by
are
well,
you?
it was the lack of reaction from most of the fielders, but maybe that's because they'd only just walked out there and it was the first ball of the day and they were rather surprised. I don't know.
He was also dropped last night by Walker again on 20 off Van Beek.
Here is Ian Holland, and this is a drive from Miles Hammond, which is beautifully fielded at extra cover.
Budinger.
That was destined for the boundary for all money. Good diving stop.
The drop last night was at third slip, as I recall, low to his right. But that one at leg slip was an absolute sitter.
Well fielded Sol Budinger. That could have been the first boundary of the morning.
Oh.
Defended this time.
Not convincingly.
Yeah, as he may have picked up the oohs and ahs from the fielders.
And the commentator.
Yeah, as well as the crowd, the usual picture here of the flat owners. Quite a few of them are on their balconies enjoying the view, which is very good. I've been in one of those flats.
Have you?
Yep. And it's a nice view of proceedings as Holland runs in towards them, and this is in the air, but he's going to fall safe. It's gone down to third man, but Hammond was not in control of that at all.
Well, completely squared up, took the shoulder of the bat, lobbed through gully. Would have been an absolutely simple catch for gully, and he's gotten away with it. You know, pitched leg and bounced and seamed way towards off, and
it's as though there are.
I don't know what Holland's doing, but he's absolutely made the ball talk throughout this game in a way that no other bowler's managed, really.
In again. And again, there's another play and a miss. It's a charmed life for both these batters at the moment.
Bancroft just... Just that was a conventional outswinger that just slid past the outside edge again. And,
there's still encouragement for the bowler in this wicket. Holland doing all he can to exploit it, tries again, and this time a sharp single called by Cameron Bancroft. He's quite keen to get up the other end.
I don't blame him. He's moved on to 42 now, 97 for 3, 87 the lead. If Glos can see off Holland, it'll be a different game. We saw that, yesterday. Leicestershire are a few bowlers down for this game, and the sort of second string, once you're past Holland, Green and Van Beek.
Again beaten playing at that, and there was exaggerated lift from that delivery.
You can almost take it as read that unless we tell you otherwise, Holland is beating the bat with every delivery here, and that was another beauty that seamed and left Hammond, took off and beat him to the wide. It's glorious stuff from Holland. Hanscom wanders back with his bowler. I mean, 3 for 25 from 16 overs, 5 maidens. Does him no justice, actually. It could easily be 6 for 20. And that would be equally deserved. Ben Green is in with the leg slip to Cameron Bancroft, who leaves outside off stump. The extent to which he's shuffling across, that's why the leg slip is there. Logan Van Beek, who is warming up now, so it may be that, Holland has bowled 16 overs now. Was it 3 this morning? He'll have another, I would think, but Van Beek won't be far away because he knows it could be a long old day's bowling, really. Green is in, bowls, goes past the outside edge, raises his eyes to the heavens. Bancroft looks back down the pitch, and how many times, Leicestershire will be saying to themselves? How many times before he edges one behind? But he has edged a couple, and they've both been put down. So, to a certain extent, Foxes have only themselves to blame.
I would certainly give Holland another.
You'd want to, wouldn't you, when he's bowling like this? But in goes Green and bowls and batting. By the end, when he tried to play that and it came off the thigh pad and bounced into the leg side, he was a good foot outside off stump. Sooner or later someone's going to spear one onto his leg stump and he's not going to be able to get anything on it, you would have thought. But he's got an unerring knack of clipping it away off his legs when they try to do that. Must be intensely frustrating. Green is in very short run, bowls, and again Bancroft is almost 2 feet outside his off stump and he's beaten on the outside edge.
Yes, he was trying to play it on the walk really and couldn't reach it.
It's extraordinary to see, really. I mean, this is a test player. This is an international quality bat, and he's trying to sort of negate the movement, and well, he's still there. You say it's not working. It kind of is working, but it's extraordinary cricket. Green is in, bowls to him, and he stays more or less in line with the stumps on that one and blocks it out to mid-on, where Hull picks up to field.
Yes, that was a firmer-footed stroke. Missed the first match of the season, Cameron Bancroft, but made an immediate impact in the second. 153 against Glamorgan. Here.
It's incredible that he's reached 42 in this one. As Green is in, bowls to him, he's dropping it out into the offside. And again, he's taking the quick single. Ahmed sort of closing on it. He's not that quick in getting to the ball, though, Rahan. He's got a great eye, and he picks it up cleanly. But he and Budinger ran behind him, looking at each other, wondering whose that was, really. It was well played by Bancroft, dropped between them. But you'd have thought one of them would have been quicker onto it, picking up and at least making him hurry. End of the over, he keeps the strike, moves on to 43.98 for 388, the lead.
And we are going to have a change.
Yeah.
At the Bristol Pavilion end. It's going to be Van Beek.
I've got what Hanscom may be looking to do here is sort of rotate the 3 front line seamers, so it may be that Green will have another 1 or 2 from the Ashley Down Road end and possibly bring Holland on after him, which an indication that he knows that it's these 3 who have the threat, and that Hull and Roman Walker possibly don't carry quite as much. Well, they don't in this game at the moment.
Here is Van Beek then. First ball of the morning for him. And he strikes immediate. Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought for a moment that had clipped the off stump, but it was a big LBW appeal, and it's been given not out.
Goodness me, what was that missing?
I thought from everybody's reaction that he'd been castled there. But no.
Umpire. Well,
completely confident shout from behind the wicket as well as in front.
Jeepers. Don't know what it missed.
He's got to try again. And that's firmly defended this time by the Gloucestershire skipper. The strength of the appeal was 100%, really.
Pollard having a word with Van Beek as he walks back, perhaps explaining why he didn't give what looked at, as they say, a very good shout.
Off the outside edge, first bounce, fielded at second slip. This time it's a good start from Van Beek. he looks a tad aggrieved. I think it's fair to say.
I think he's got some grounds for that tad aggrievedness. Goodness. Be interested to see what you think of that. If you're watching on the stream, let us know.
Down the leg side this time. There's some lift there in it. Hanscom going across, taking it comfortably.
I mean, it was almost a celeb appeal, wasn't it, Van Beek? It looked so out. Sometimes think those sort of appeals maybe rile the umpires in a way, and they say no on sort of principle, but one trusts not.
That's a full-length ball, which is played pretty well by Bancroft, out into the ring of run-saving fielders on the offside. All being given a good rub on its way back to the bowler. Leicestershire will be wondering why they've only got the one wicket so far today. Appeal, and
he's gone.
He's given. The finger has gone up this time. So Van Beek, what a first over of the morning he's having. Very, very close call earlier on for LBW, and this time the finger has gone up, and it's the end of the road for the Gloucestershire skipper. Bancroft gone for 43.
Well, yeah, I've just missed the replay on that one, and I've no doubt we'll get again. He was moving across, and it was sort of shaping back towards the offside. Let's have a look-see. Yeah, I think that's fair
over
enough.
Towards off-stump area.
He had again, hadn't he?
And that's where it was close previously.
It was, and I wasn't quite sure on that one whether he might just have hit him outside the line. That may have been as much about the one before as that appeal. But, well, that was some interesting innings from Cameron Bancroft. He won't play many more like that. Many like that at all. I wouldn't think over the course of his career. It was astonishing stuff. He faced an awful lot of deliveries. 100. Let's see. He says waiting for his scorecard to update. 141 deliveries, I think it was, and most of them tested in one way or another. And to get to 43 in those circumstances, 141 deliveries. He's put a lot of overs into the legs of the Leicestershire bowlers, but the game is exquisitely poised now, isn't it? 98 for 4. The lead 88.
One Cameron making way for another. Cameron Green joins Miles Hammond. That was the last ball of an eventful over for Logan Van Beek.
Good bowling change, wasn't it? Green continues from the Ashley Down Road end. Bowls edged, caught! Second slip, Louis Kimber made no mistake. Flat-footed push, hard hands from Miles Hammond. Bounced left him, took the outside edge. Sharpish catch, but Kimber made it look straightforward. Two hands to his right. 2 in 2 for Leicestershire, and the game is moving on rapidly. 98 for 5, the lead 88.
Yeah, what I was saying just an over or so ago, that Leicestershire wouldn't be too happy that they've only got the one wicket. They've got 3 now. And the game has swung quite dramatically towards the visitors just in the last couple of overs. Leicestershire have got a grip on this now.
Well, the luck that they sort of didn't enjoy yesterday, it suddenly, cricket's an amazing game in that respect, and suddenly things can change, and the whole feeling of the game. But cometh the hour.
Cometh the Bracey.
Cometh Gloucestershire's main man.
Hasn't been dismissed in his last 3 innings for Gloucestershire, James Bracey. The most recent of those was 93 not out, first up here.
And what is his what's his cumulative
altogether Yeah, well, I can just run through 48 and 9 in the first game. That was up at Derby. Then 24 here against Glamorgan. And away at Kent, 151 and 30, both not out.
Adding up to?
Need the calculator for that.
Put you under pressure there, Stephen. I'm sorry. A lot of runs while Stephen taps away. We'll work it out. But I suspect he's top of the country's averages at the moment, one way or another. If they can get Bracey early, Leicester really will feel they've got a serious sniff. Green round the wicket to Bracey, bowls, he's forward, thick inside edge and pad. Lots of hands going into the air there as it zeroed in on the pads in front of the stumps, but Bracey equal to it. .262 without being dismissed. At the other end, Cameron Green. So this is perhaps the key partnership. Green is in, bowls outside off stump, Bracey steps forward. I'm going to say he played inside the line of that one, but I may be doing him a service as opposed to a disservice there. He plunged forward rather. Absolutely key. They're both on naught. Gloucestershire's lead 88 with 5 second innings wickets in hand, but 2 huge ones out there at the moment. Green is in, bowls, Bracey is forward, batting a long way out of his crease again. Nice catch that by Kimber. Made it look straightforward. He has probably the best hands in the Leicestershire side. Remember, he's on as 12th man in the absence, injury enforced absence of Ben Cox. Green is in and bowls, Bracey's turning it away off stump, almost right across the line, and he's got that one through to deep backward square. Rehan Ahmed puts in the slide, picks up. Bracey is off the mark with a couple of runs. Just give me that. Well, how much was it again, Stephen? 260.
Sorry, I'll just go back to it.
Sorry, I should have written it down because we can now add 2 to it. Gloucestershire 100 up, 100 for 5. A couple of
276.
276.
Yeah, that's since he
Coming
was
into
last
this.
dismissed.
Green is in, bowls to him, and it's going to be 277 as he chips it away wide of Ahmed. Buttinger runs round from mid on to field. Bracey takes one and keeps the strike. An eventful over, an eventful passage of play. 20 minutes that Leicestershire have put themselves on top.
For today is now fully booked. So thank you for your support.
What was fully booked? Was that one of the restaurants? The Bristol Pavilion roast dinner. Roast dinner.
Total runs scored altogether by James Bracey, including that 2, is 357.
What, this season?
Yep.
For a couple of times out, presumably early on, or
3 times.
3 times. So he's
Yeah,
averaging best part of 120. Take that, wouldn't you?
Settling down, ready for the first ball of a new over from Van Beek, and pulling it in front of square. We'll get at least 2 for this. It's a long chase around from long leg. 2 is what they've settled for. Just trotting through the second. Van Beek is just scratching away at that point on the popping crease where, well, the point of delivery, you could call it.
Yes, because that's why he bowled a long hop, of course. What's been apparent over the first 2 days, Stephen, is that when they do bang it in the bowlers, sometimes the bounce is really loopy, tennis ball, a little bit too paced, and that one, it sat up very nicely, didn't it, Bracey?
He had a good look at it.
He did, and had all the time in the world, really. Didn't try and overhit it, which is why he only picked up 2 instead of 4, and made sure he got on top of it. Quite difficult to judge sometimes.
Van Beek into him again. That's a good delivery. Much, much better than the first. Well, that scratching away at the crease has paid dividends already. More confident delivery, and Bracey well beaten. Accelerates in Van Beek, and this is outside the off stump. There's no need to play it. So got some rebuilding to do, these two now, for Gloucestershire. 103 for 5, which is effectively 93 for 5 because they were 10 behind on the first innings. In mind that one of those 5 though is a night watchman. Dom Goodman, the first wicket to fall this morning. Defended firmly by Bracey.
A word for all those who'll be suffering in the heat in the London Marathon today. I know a fair few people who are doing it. Hopefully well over halfway round by now and going well.
As is Van Beek here in Bristol. It's driven, but no power behind the shot from Bracey. Fielded at cover. We've had almost uninterrupted sunshine here. Just a few clouds around. And Leicestershire very much having the better of this session at the moment. Outside the off stump and again left alone. 2 key wickets falling in 2 deliveries. Bancroft and Hammond. And a mid-pitch conference between the 2 batters who are looking to rebuild. Cameron Green is the taller of the 2. Got his Gloucestershire tally underway with a century at Canterbury. And now taking guard from umpire Tom Lungley. He'll be facing up to Ben Green.
Dismissed by Josh Hull in the first innings, a full in-swinging delivery. Hit him in, bang in front. Fine delivery from Hull. Different sort of challenge now. 3 slips behind him as Green goes in, bowls to him. He's halfway down the pitch. He's a tall man anyway. Shuffles on down and then leans forward. He was not so much 22 yards away as about 19 when he played that. Thick inside edge. As I say, heavy roller did go on again this morning, but it's not having a great impact at the moment, which is very good to see from a neutral point of view. In goes Green, bowl again. Green is shuffling forward. Green, his namesake, drags his length back, so Cameron has to play it on the back foot. Lurid blue heels on his cricket boots. Sort of turquoise, aren't they, almost? Bilious. Horrible colour. The sort of colour you go and used to go on a hovercraft crossing the channel. In goes Green and bowls and driven, and Ahmed dives across, gets 2 good hands to it on the bounce, and the ball goes another 2 or 3 yards behind him. Budinger cleans up, but Green takes the single he needed to get off the mark. That dates me, doesn't it? Hovercraft. My God, they were they were not much fun. Do you ever go on the hovercraft across the channel?
I did, like but yeah, it's got to be a long time
bouncing
ago,
off, bouncing off the waves, and I mean bouncing.
Yeah.
Green round the wicket edge to appeal for leg before it was too high, I would imagine. It runs down to first slip where Walker makes the stop, but it's swung back in to Bracey. Green went up, nobody behind did, which is something of a giveaway. Yeah, hit him miles outside the line and a bit high. Otherwise, well, actually, they did sort of appeal behind the stumps, but they knew, I suspect, what the answer was always going to be. Green in again. Bracey steps across and plays and misses. Walks away to short leg, kicks at the air in annoyance. I understand why they're getting across to try and cover the movement, but it does mean you often play at deliveries you don't need to play at, and that possibly was one of those. It has been a very tough first 45 minutes for the Gloucestershire batsman. Green is in and bowls, big drive, misses, goes through to Hanscom, and again Leicestershire hands into the air, eyes to the heavens. Bracey survives. He remains on 5. Green has a single. Gloucestershire 104 for 5. The game on a knife edge at the moment.
Great exhibition of seam bowling from these 3 bowlers that we've seen so far. Holland, Green and Van Beek.
And I'm pretty sure it'll be Holland who will replace Green in due course. 5 overs from Green. 1 for 20 from 12 for him. Come on, Logie, says Roman Walker. That first slip.
Van Beek then. It's down the leg side. Appeal for caught behind. It's given not out. They were looking for a strangle there, Leicestershire.
Flicked the thigh pad or the pad perhaps, or bat on pad. Little noise, but look. Yeah, thigh pad, I think.
But any kind of noise is enough to prompt an appeal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Van Beek turns, running away from us. And there'll be a single here for Cameron Green. Just pushes it gently out on the offside, almost collides with the umpire as he reaches the bowler's end, but manages to put on the brakes just in time.
Alfonso Thomas continues to walk clockwise. He needs to stand still now. He's getting quite close to being behind the bowler's arm.
Yeah, you can go now. Walk on.
That one from Van Beek outside the off stump was left by Bracey.
This man, I think I was telling you just before we came on, Richard, saw him take 4 in 4 for Somerset against Sussex. And they were top 4 as well, but they were all batters, top order batters.
Red ball, white ball?
Red ball. And Van Beek has switched to round the wicket to the left-handed Bracey, who plays and misses. They could have had 7 or 8, Leicestershire, this morning.
They could. They will be desperate to break this partnership, that's for sure. You do feel if they do, they've got a real sniff.
Ed Joyce was one of the 4. Rory Hamilton-Brown was another.
Oh, goodness. Okay.
A while ago now.
Familiar names, though.
Outside off stump and left alone. It's one of those occasions when when he got the hat-trick, he was in a different postcode of Taunton.
He was on the charge, was he?
Yeah, he was. It's one of those moments just to be there.
Well, what was he like after 4 then?
Yeah, he was quite berserk. I was too. Van Beek, and this is driven, and it's in the air, and it's taken comfortably at mid-on. So the 6th wicket has fallen, and that is the end of James Bracey. We talked about the run he's had, but that was a bit of a tame way to go in the end.
Extraordinary dismissal, really. As you say, it might just, perhaps did it stop on him? Pitch hasn't been really doing that, not from that sort of length. I think it was just really a misjudgment for once on Brace's behalf. Chipped the simplest of catches to mid-on, where Ian Holland took it Australian style, just bobbed at the knees, hands pointing upwards. Comfortable catch, and Leicestershire have picked up their 4th wicket in the first 50 minutes. And Gloucestershire 105 for 6. They lead by 95 with just 4 now. Second innings wickets in hand.
Yeah, the loss of the night watchman was of no great importance, as it seemed at the time, but the last 3 wickets, all of them key players. So Leicestershire have tightened their grip on this game. 2 in 2, Bancroft and Hammond, and now James Bracey gone as well.
Huge.
So Graham Van Buren is on his way out to join Cameron Green. Mountainous task before these two now. Just 95 runs ahead with only 4 wickets in hand.
Well, Green can make himself, he's already something of a hero in these parts after a century on debut. He can really make himself a hero. Green is in, bowls to him. He is shuffling down and defending on off stump and blocking it out to Ahmed in the covers, and there's no run. I hope the pitch doesn't get marked down.
Well, there's something in it. We were speculating before the start about whether it would play more easily for batting.
Green in, bowls again, down the pitch goes Cameron, and he is beaten by the outswing. Runs through to Hanscom behind the stumps. When Green bowls to Green, we're going to have to call him Cameron. We have to say Ben to Cameron, really, otherwise it gets all a little bit complicated. Well, it doesn't get complicated, confusing.
Too much Green.
Too much Green. Well, Leicestershire's 12th man is Alex Green, believe it or not. Oh, one of the travelling 12th men. So it could have been 3 of them in this game. Ben is in, bowls. Cameron is defending. Again, miles outside his crease, so to speak, shuffling forward. I mean, they're 2 big men, and by the time ball meets bat and Ben Green is at the end of his follow-through, they're not that far away from each other.
Leicestershire might be fancying their chances of a day off tomorrow at the moment.
It's beginning to look as though it will finish today, isn't it, one way or another? But you never quite know. Things can change again. Green in, bowls, driven in the air on the bounce. Good stop by Josh Hull. Bounced 3 or 4 feet in front of him. And he gets the congratulations of Sol Budinger. Josh Hull, Leicestershire aware possibly that every run could be crucial here. Well, it's not often that the highest score is made in the 4th innings of a game, is it? And we've had 252, 262. In goes Green, bowls. Cameron Green is beaten on the inside. He's gone, caught behind. Inside edge, I think. It seemed back in, and a nice catch by Hanscom, and Cameron Green takes the bat by the blade, turns and heads for the pavilion, and Leicestershire continue to make deep, deep inroads into this Gloucestershire second innings. Bounce and seam movement. I think it came back, took the inside edge. Let's have a look-see. Long way forward it did through the gap, and it was a super catch by Pete Hanscom. And Green goes for 2, and Gloucestershire 105 for 7, effectively 95 for 7 in their second innings.
For a stand-in wicketkeeper, that was something pretty special.
Yeah, he's more than that, Pete, really. I mean, he kept wicket throughout his first season for Leicestershire. which is such a huge thing when your wicketkeeper is absolutely a frontline batsman. It meant that they could always play an extra bowler. And they brought in Ben Cox, which, you know, to take some of the pressure off Hanscom, really, because it was asking quite a lot of him, really, to be the team's main batter as well as the wicket-keeper. But he is a very, very competent wicket-keeper. Well, unfussy, really. Doesn't, you know, he just doesn't miss stuff.
Well, that was pedigree.
Yeah. And I've written wicket Pete Hanscom. It kind of was, but it was actually Cameron Green. So, Ben Green now has 2 for 20 to go with his 5 for in the first innings. 7 wickets in the game. Can Leicestershire make this advantage count? Can they push it home? Actor at the crease now is a man. As Green comes in, bowls to him. He defends very competently on the walk, just pushing it out to mid-off. But another fine over from Ben Green. 13 overs, 1 maiden, 2. In fact, that was a maiden as well. 13 overs, 2 maidens. 2 for 20 for him.
So that would have been a wicket maiden. Well bowled, Ben Green.
Yeah.
Quick word with Tom Lungley for taking his cap and sweater.
What have we had today then? 88 for 2. Well, it was 89 for 2, wasn't it? And then now 105 for 7.
Collapse. Van Beek ready to go again. Driven by Actor for a single down to deep backward point.
Van Buren.
Van Buren, beg his pardon.
Van Buren we're supposed to call him, apparently. Now.
Off the mark with that.
He too has made plenty of runs for Gloucestershire against Leicestershire in the past, so there's power to add. Gloucestershire fans certainly won't be despairing and shouldn't be yet.
So Van Beek in to Actor. Drives. Going to get a couple for that. It's a half stop by Rehan Ahmed at cover. But that was travelling. And took some of the pace off it. Would have been a boundary if he hadn't got something in the way. He's not too happy about it.
Was it a chance? Did it carry? I thought he hit it into the ground as well, but it's just Ahmed's reaction is such that he's sort of berating himself. I think he's just cross it, not actually stopping it cleanly.
Actor pushes at that and doesn't make any contact with it. How often have we seen that this morning?
That was a bit too good for a number 9, wasn't it? Quick.
Yes,
beautifully pitched. Outswing. You have to be a bit better batsman to get a little nick on that.
Actor settles, is ready for Van Beek. And again, well, he looked as though he was pulling the ball out of the way, but that was a bit late. I think that was another play and a miss.
Oh, it was. I mean, I don't know how that didn't hit the off stump, really, because it looked as though it started around about middle and it swung away late and squared the man up and beat him comprehensively. But play that, jeepers. It's been a heck of a morning, a heck of a first hour in so many respects.
Hopeful drive, which again makes no contact with the ball at all.
3 in a row.
This attack of Leicestershire has been superb this morning.
Has, hasn't it? They've got the rewards that they kind of deserved yesterday, really.
In again, Van Beek, and this time bat does meet ball. and just pushed up to mid-on, no run. 108 for 7.
Well, Green will keep going. His the effort that he puts into his bowling is all sort of in his action. It's not in the run-up and things. So he can. He's the sort of bowler who can bowl 8-10 overs on the spin really without losing too much nip, if you like. And he's going to keep going from the Ashley Down Road end. Van Beek does tend to bowl slightly shorter spell. He's the quicker of the bowlers out there at the moment. Green then into Graham Van Buren, bowls. Van Buren goes back, nibbles it out towards mid-wicket. Hill picks up and throws at the stumps. Budinger has come in to pick it up next to the stumps, but Van Buren quick between the wickets, and he has taken his single. He moves on to 2, the same score as Zaman Akhtar. Applause from below us, from the Gloucestershire faithful. Hanscom wants a change. Hanscom says to Green, hang on a second, we're going to change the field. I'm going to send Van Beek much finer at third man. Then Green comes in and bowls thick inside edge from Zaman as he leans forward, plays it off the stumps, down towards Rishi Patel at deep backwards square, wide long leg, and takes 1. Every run one feels could be important, and that is the 100 lead. So Leicestershire would have to score 101 with the next 3 wickets to fall without further addition to the score. But again, with Van Buren there and Akhtar, that's power to add. Green in, bowls forward goes Van Buren, playing the ball up the pitch on the on side. Josh Holt fields. Be wondering whether he's going to get a chance to bowl at all in the second innings, but he has made a positive contribution. Josh dismissing Cameron Green in the first innings. Walker doing a few stretches at first slip. I don't think he's likely to be called on shortly. Green in, bowls fullish, driven in the air, flashed away through backward point. No fielder at backward point, though Ahmed sort of leapt hopefully into the air, but that was a reaction more than anything. Runs down towards wide third man, deep backward point. Van Beek fields, and not Van Beek, who is it down there? Wait for him to turn. Could be Alex Green on the field actually at the moment, because Van Beek's in at third slip. So I think that. So we nearly had 3 Greens on the field. In goes Ben Green and bowls, and nicely driven or nicely steered out into the offside by Zaman Akhtar, but only as far as Rahan Ahmed. That's Alex Green clapping away there at that wide third man position. These young men are giants these days, and Green, Alex Green, close up. He's a young fast bowler. He's a terrifying sight. Green is in and bowls. Akhtar is just blocking it down through the gully. Running in is Green, and the single is taken.
He's a busy man, Alex Green.
He's running off now. He's running off now because Ian Holland's coming back on, which to me suggests he just might have had a couple of, I don't know, whether a little stretches with the physio, something like that, and maybe he's coming back on ready to take over from Ben Green. 112 for 7 after 58. We've just had 16 overs this morning, and 5 wickets have fallen for the addition of 112 minus 88.
Still to be Logan Van Beek from the Bristol Pavilion end.
24 for 5 in 16 overs.
Be a single here down to third man, played with an angled bat by Akhtar. The sun is partially obscured. It's shining on one side of the ground but not the other at the moment. Yeah, 24 for 5. That is a collapse.
And they lost 6 wickets for the addition of 17 runs.
Van Beek again, and that's nicely played actually by Van Buren. A little bit similar to the stroke played by Actor previously, but he just got nicely inside the line to push it off the middle down to third man. Good stroke from Van Buren. Oh, there's a waft here outside the off stump. No contact at all with the ball, which will be a relief to Zaman Akhtar. Because if it had found the edge, then that would have been number 8. This game moving on apace. As this one from Van Beek is pushed out to mid-wicket. It's not what the Gloucestershire faithful would have been hoping to see as they arrived at the ground this Sunday morning.
Hanscom wants a helmet. He wants a short leg. I think Buddinger's going to go in that short leg in due course.
Firmly defended this time by Akhtar. Pads would have been put on in a bit of a hurry in the Gloucestershire changing room. Amid that clatter of wickets. That's in the air briefly, but was always going to fall safe. Fielded at mid-on. No run, end of the over, 114 for 7. The men out today, Dominic Goodman bowled by Holland for a duck. Cameron Bancroft, LBW to Van Beek after a couple of close calls for 43. And Miles Hammond, the very next ball, caught second slip off green for 2. James Bracey, caught by Holland off Van Beek for 5. And Cameron Green, beautifully caught by Pete Hanscom behind the stumps, diving to his left off Ben Green for 2. That's the damage this morning.
So we are going to have a change of bowling, but it isn't going to be Holland replacing Ben Green. It's going to be Josh Hull. Can he maintain the pressure? It's going to be as important to do that, you feel, as it is to sort of bowl wicket-taking deliveries, if they can keep it as tight as they have this morning. And the first hour's bowling has been absolutely outstanding by the trio of Fox's seamers, really, because not only have they taken wickets, they've given absolutely nothing away as well. The balls just haven't been there to put away. Have we had a boundary?
I don't think we have.
This morning? I don't think we have, which is astonishing in the first hour, hour and 10 minutes. Hull is in and bowls, good Yorker, good fullish delivery, swinging in, and Van Buren plays it well, manages to jam it out to cover where Budinger fields, and there's no run, but good start from Josh Hull.
Yeah, there have only been 7 fours in the innings, 5 of them to Ollie Price yesterday. Couple for Bancroft, but neither of those but today.
Yeah, it's been nigh on perfect, really, so far this morning as far as the Foxes seamers are concerned. Hull is in and bowls a full toss, and there we have the boundary where we talked him into it, didn't we, basically. And Hull striving perhaps for another Yorker, over-pitched it, in fact, it didn't pitch at all. And a comfortable put away really for Van Buren. A full toss outside off stump, and he wasn't going to miss out, and didn't.
Yeah, well, that was the risk you were talking about, Richard.
Yeah. You can almost feel the release of pressure there, couldn't you? Around the ground there. A hugely relieved cheer as Hull comes in round the wicket. Bowls another full toss, actually, but this time Van Buren isn't able to put away. He picks out wide-ish mid-off, where Walker is the fielder.
Yeah,
lucky.
A bit straighter than its predecessor, that one, so he didn't have quite so much room to play it, Van Buren. Former captain, of course, of Gloucestershire.
Very much sort of part of the furniture now, isn't he, really, in these parts? Hull sort of starting his run up because he's going round the wicket from behind the umpire. Bowls, edged, caught at first slip at the second attempt, juggled. So the change of bowling has worked. Ben Green held on to the catch. It flew nicely to him, but he didn't grab it at the first attempt. I'm pretty sure he knocked that up. His back is to us. We'll have a look at the replay. Let's have a look. How many times did he take? Nice delivery. Boop. Popped it up and grabbed it. In fact, grabbed it in the crook of his elbow, in his arm and his elbow. In the end, I think he'd have grabbed it at the third attempt. But one way or another, Ben Green has hung on, and the 6th wicket of the morning has fallen. Graham Van Buren goes, caught Green, bowled Hull for 8, and Leicestershire's perfect day thus far continues.
Yeah, it's really been remarkable. If been one or two more edges where the ball just passed the bat harmlessly, it would be over by now, because there have been quite a few of them as well. It's been a batting nightmare, really, for Gloucestershire this morning.
Well bowled, Josh Holt, because his head might have dropped a bit after those full tosses, but produced a really good one there. Little bit, arguably a little bit short. But it seamed and bounced and took the edge, flew at a nice height to Green.
Well, can Josh Shaw make the kind of contribution he managed in the first innings? Really important knock then of 45. Got it all to do again here as he comes out to join Zaman Akhtar.
The lead 108, 2 wickets in hand.
So takes a moment after taking guard to look around, and is now ready for his first ball. One Josh to another. And defended under his chin comfortably enough. We had Green to Green, now we got Josh to Josh.
We managed to swap ends there, didn't we?
Beg your pardon.
That's all right.
It was the excitement of the two Joshes. Got carried away.
Yes, we've had a few of those sort of situations. 2 Greens, 3 Greens almost. 2 Joshes. Hull of that ilk turns. Comes in and bowls. Good bounce. So Shaw did not play that particularly well. His chin went down, and well, had he had hair rather than the helmet there, it would have been parted, wouldn't it? You almost flicked the helmet as it went straight over it, but it did go over it. So Hull has played his part in the game, very much so. Wicket in the first innings, and now a wicket in the second as well. 11848. It's beginning to look as though Leicestershire could be batting again before lunch on day 3. Zaman Akhtar and Josh Shaw will have something to say about that. What would it, I mean, if they can get it up to 150, the lead, 180, you never know on this pitch. You absolutely never know.
Here's Van Beek continuing from the Bristol Pavilion end. First ball is defended by Akhtar. Just Ajit Singh Dale to come after these two. So Leicestershire really sniffing an opportunity here. Still 3 slips in. We've got cloud cover at the moment. It's driven, not timed. Rehan Ahmed comes round from cover to field. Started off in bright sunshine, but less of that now. Just patches of sunlight on parts of the outfield. This one is pushed down to long leg for a single. Akhtar just taking a couple of steps away to get outside the line of that. Played it comfortably enough in the end. 119 for 8 Gloucestershire, just 109 the lead. Defence again, this time from Josh Shaw. Helped James Bracey take Gloucestershire's first innings back from the precipice, really. Asking an awful lot for him to do it again now. Driven and will bring a single out to deep backward point.
In the air through point. Getting a couple through there. Just wondering whether Hanscom might look to put a point in, because inclined to drive off the back foot, Zaman, and as I say, a couple have gone in the air through there.
Driven nicely, but won't get past mid-off. End of another Van Beek over. Wonder whether he'll be given a spell. Came on in place of Holland this morning. And has the wickets of Bancroft and Bracey. So, Josh to Josh squared.
In goes Hull and bowls down the leg side, trying to flick it away. Is Shaw, doesn't get anything on it, taken by Hanscom on the run to his left. Shaw wanders over to short leg. Almost right next to Buttinger. We've usually got a word for everybody, cheerful young man. But he's just indicated to Rishi Patel, you might have a catch here, mate. Down at wide long leg, I'd be surprised. Hull round the wicket, in, bowls, and well, Patel is going to be in the action because it was a leg stump delivery that Shaw looked to work off his legs, didn't get anything on it, but it came off the pads, rolled down through sort of leg gully, and Patel came up to field, and Shaw indicates to Zaman the ball's still swinging in to the right-hander. Yeah, which given Zaman was stood at the other end, yeah, you'd think they wouldn't really need, they don't need telling, do they? I can see that, mate, yeah. But anyway, it's what batters do, isn't it? In case you were sort of looking at the birds going past. In goes Hull and bowls, good bounce, well played by Zaman, because he got up on his toes and pulled the bat back outside the line, inside the line of the ball.
Yeah, he made full use of the limited time he had.
Yes. It was lively from Hull. Turned a few club batsmen green. Most village batsmen wouldn't have seen it. Would have heard it. As Hull is in. Backing away is the man hitting the ball in the air. On the drive, it bounces just short of wide-ish mid-off. Well, that was an interesting choice of shot. Took a couple of steps back and tried to carve it away through the offside, and Hill stopped it on the bounce at wide-ish mid-off, but well, maybe the bouncer did have its effect in a way after all.
Yeah, that was a bit of I'm not going to die wondering shot.
That was very odd from Zaman, who is a pretty competent batsman, but he's not going to. It does mean he might get another couple of bounces, and running across from the offside boundary to the leg side boundary practically is Roman Walker. He's going behind square as Hull is in. Zaman stepping right across and pulling it round the corner to fine leg for 4. Yes. Well, it's an interesting approach from Zaman, and well, it worked there for him. He moves on to 10, but he stepped right across this time. Hull bounced him. It was fairly straight, and he pulled it around the corner very, very fine. Well, is it worth a try? It kind of is, perhaps. You know, I mean, if you can get 30 or 40, well, might make all the difference.
Yeah, with 8 down as well.
Yeah. Shaw is a competent bat, but well, Zaman he's decided to try something new, a new approach, and it could be entertaining. It has been entertaining, those last 2 deliveries. What's he going to try this time? Hull is in. He's backing away. A big mowing swing and a miss as it bounces over the top of the stumps. And Hull, who's not one for showing too much sort of aggression at a batter verbally, so to speak. He's a very polite young man. Just sort of stands and looks at him for a moment, then looks to the heavens and turns and heads back. That was an interesting over.
Change of strategy.
So Akhtar has 10 off 22, Shaw 1 off 6, 125 for 8. The lead is 115. The only man to come, Ajit Singh Dale, who can bat as well, really. Everybody can bat these days, can't they? But all not yet lost for Gloucestershire by any stretch of the imagination.
Still to be Van Beek from the Bristol Pavilion end. That's Yorker to start, which is played pretty well by Josh Shaw. Drops down in front of him. The sun is winning the battle just about over the cloud at the moment. Still patches of either in various parts of Bishopston. Going to be a comfortable single here, down to 3rd man, just steered away by Josh Shaw. Goes on to 2 with that, 126 for 8. Lead of 116.
38 for 6 this morning. Astonishing stuff.
Just a minor adjustment to the field, 3rd man being moved to his right. Outside the off stump and left alone. Still the 3 slips poised. They've been in evidence for most of this session, alongside Pete Hanscom. Hoping for a nick as Van Beek bowls. That's a short delivery which is played pretty well by Zaman Akhtar.
into the body, and well, he sort of shoveled it out of the way, didn't he? But
there could be a bruise somewhere.
Yeah,
for a week or so.
He won't have discouraged Logan van Beek by the competence with which he played it. Put it that way.
What will we see this time? Full length, driven. Going to be 4 through point. Played with something of a flourish.
Yeah, backed away, made room, and opened his shoulders. And the approach has worked for the last couple of blows from Zaman Akhtar, backing away hugely, down on one knee, carving it away through point in the air for a long time. Well, the other approach hasn't worked this morning, has it, really? So he's 14 not out and doing damage.
Steps away again, won't pick up anything this time though. Just plays it straight to Rehan Ahmed at cover. End of the over. Honours even?
If you're still there and you're 14 not out, the honours are with you, aren't they, really? I mean, and he did get one away.
He got one away, and he got one in somewhere in the rib
cage. And he wore
cage.
one, yeah, absolutely. So I suppose, yes, in those terms, but giving Hanscom a bit to think about here. 120 the lead at the moment. As I say, if it gets up to 150, things could get interesting. I've seen Leicestershire struggle to get that sort of score in the fourth innings in past years. Different, hopefully, this year. Round the wicket comes Hull to bowl to Josh Shaw down the leg side. Nicely nurdled around the corner to fine leg for 4. Well, I thought that came off the bat.
I did too.
I'm certain that came off the bat. It's been given leg byes. That was straight off the bat, wasn't it?
We were in a good position to see that as well. I'm with you, Richard.
That would definitely. That was off. Well, it's been given leg byes, and it.
It also went at the speed that you'd.
Oh, straight off the bat. But anyway, it's been given leg byes, and it just shows that umpires are fallible. But we all knew that. But that's an astonishing.
Josh Shaw's been robbed.
Absolutely has, I'm afraid. But anyway, the score hasn't. That's the main thing as far as Gloucestershire are concerned. 134 for 8. In goes Hull, bowls a very high bounce, a brilliant take. It'll be a wide, but that was an astonishing leap from 34-year-old Pete Hanscom. He went up like a salmon there, didn't he?
That was even
going
better.
over a waterfall.
That was even better than the catch, which was none too shabby either.
That must have been 4 feet above. How high was that? Miles above his head. Wow, brilliant. Saved.
Would have been 4 byes.
Saved 2 anyway, didn't he?
Yeah.
Well, it would have been 4 byes plus the 2 wides, wouldn't it? So he saved 4, really. So Hull in again. Shaw turns it off his hip. That could have been thigh pad, but will probably have been given as runs. But let's see. Given as runs. Well, what do you? Shaw doesn't say anything to umpire Lungley, having got down that end.
I wonder whether he even noticed the signal.
He'll glance at the scoreboard, I'm
well,
sure.
He would.
Now,
He would have done by now, wouldn't he?
As Boycott used to say, them's my runs. Runes, them's my runes.
The leg glance used to be my favourite shot, and that was authentic.
It really was. It was genuine. Straight off the middle. Anyway. So how will Zaman Akhtar play Hull now? Hull is in. He's stepping across outside off stump and trying to jam it down, and it's as well for him as Hanscom underarms the ball at the stumps. Missed the stumps, but Zaman had to make sure his bat was quickly back down in his crease then.
I think he'd have been okay, but it might have been tight.
Yes,
it's good thinking by Hanscom.
Too right, yeah. One 3-6 for 8, so these two have added 18 now. Sure, just 3 of them. Hull bowls and bowled him. It's a no ball. Bowled off a no ball. He stepped right across his stumps, hit the leg stump. Zaman missed it, but it comes off the leg stump and it goes down for 4 byes. Well, don't overstep. Josh Holt, because that sort of thing can happen.
Indeed, and much to the delight of the Gloucestershire faithful below us as well.
And how expensive will that prove to be? There's a man on 14. So it's already cost 4. Hole in again. This man steps back, tries to carve it away where? Somewhere over mid-off, I suspect. Didn't get anything on it, bounced over the stumps.
I think he had his eye on one of the balconies of the flats down at the Ashley Down end there.
Well, he's already seen some very strange things there. Young Josh learned a lot a couple of years ago. I don't know if you were aware of that, Stephen, but I'll tell you about it off air sometime.
I will be all ears.
The Leicestershire boys were all eyes, I can tell you.
Wow.
In goes Hull and bowls and backing away is the man. He follows him and he manages to block it out into the offside. What a morning this has been. Every over, almost every ball has been something of an event. 142 for 8. The lead 1-3-2.
Well, I'm looking forward to our lunchtime chat now.
I may have some pictures somewhere, which John Mallet sent to me at the time. Hole is in. Man is backing away and is full, but he's managed to get some bat on it, carve it out, drive it out towards deep extra cover. Ahmed picks up. He's sweeping out there and fields, and it is just a single. 143 for 8. So that no ball has already cost 5 runs. Ian Holland is coming back to try and finish things off for the Foxes. He is replacing Logan van Beek, who has 2 for 40 from 18 overs. Hull 1 for 35 from 6. Holland has got 3 wickets, Green a couple.
I'm not sure if it was physically possible for the bat to be further away from Akhtar's body when he played that shot. Extraordinary. He stepped away and he was reaching for it.
He's on 15 now, and they could prove extraordinarily valuable runs.
Holland then, from the end where he opened up this morning. This is pulled, it's up in the air and it's just falling safe. He didn't get the whole bat on it, Akhtar. He takes a single, but that was a little fortuitous.
Dropped. Well, Hill is sort of a yard or two back at mid-on, and it only dropped a yard or two over his head. He absolutely clothed it, and he thought it was going to go, but it just dropped over Lewis Hill.
Holland to Shaw then this time, who defends. Different approach from Josh Shaw. Perhaps this is the overall strategy. Maybe they've had a chat. You attack, I'll defend. Possibly. He'll leather the next one now.
Yes. I'm not sure Josh Shaw does leathering as such, though, does he really? It's
not so much.
Yorkshireman. Oh, yeah.
In fact, it's neither defence nor attack. It's a leave through to Hanscom.
Straight away there, Holland gets that little sort of, seems to gather pace off the pitch. He's not a tall man, the American, or the I don't know what you call somebody from Wisconsin. Well, obviously American, but whether they have a particular name.
In he goes again, and that's nicely played. He's played 3 examples now of that little glide down to the 3rd area, and picks up another single, Josh Shaw.
It almost seems to be in the wrist with Holland. When you watch his action isn't particularly anything out of the ordinary. He sort of wanders almost up to the crease, but when you watch his wrist, it sometimes almost looks as though the ball's coming out of the back of the hand. It's a
in again, and unusually it's defended by MATCHDAY.
It didn't then, but sometimes it just sort of changes the way he seems to grip the ball. And
134 in front, just Gloucestershire. Beg pardon, 135. Just ticked up. A big appeal for LBW. Not quite the conviction from Holland. And given not out anyway.
It looked a bit of an afterthought from Holland, didn't it? A sort of reaction to the slips, really. Let's have a look. His back leg, probably just going on down the leg side. A mighty mow from Zaman, which doesn't connect. 16 off 34 for him.
And a bit of a mid-pitch conference going on between the two batters. Don't know whether they're discussing any change of strategy.
27 added now by these two.
Shaw on strike.
Josh Hull to bowl. 2 slips and a short leg. Hull is in. Bowles goes past the outside edge with a slower ball, I think. Shaw just sort of dropped the wrist a little bit, but he had a little feel for it. Bounced well short of Hanscom, who made the stop more or less in the end. It sort of got through him, but only a yard, and Ben Green tied it up.
Yeah, I think it was a slower one. Meant to play it slightly earlier than he actually did.
I think Leicestershire sort of see Hull, to be honest, primarily as a sort of white ball strike bowler. He goes in and bowls a very high bounce. Is that a wide? Yes, it is. It looked a wide to me. And has so been signalled by umpire Langley. So he has picked up his wicket, Josh Hull, but he is leaking a few runs as well.
And he's bowled that no ball, which would otherwise have been a wicket, would have been the 9th.
Well, it has already cost a few runs. In he comes. Bowles, Shaw defends. Well, disconcertingly normal, really. Blocked out to backward point. Straightforward off-stump delivery. Blocked conventionally out to backward point, where Ahmed fields and then bowls the ball to his extra cover.
Yeah, well, he's batting with a fair degree of confidence, Josh Shaw, as he's entitled to after the first innings.
Absolutely. Ball 61 overs old now as well. Hull is in and bowls and played back past him, but only as far as Hill at mid-off by Shaw. Corvid calls above, perhaps. Is that it over there? I think it is.
It could well be.
Wheeling around the ground.
Crow's eye view.
Fascinating cricket for it to watch at the moment. They're bright birds, aren't they? So maybe they do watch a bit of cricket. Hull is in and bowls. Shaw gets a delivery down the leg side. Nicely taken by Hanscom. You saw the extra sort of pace there, almost sort of knocked Hanscom's gloves back a bit as he took it high to his left, two-handed. He was not far from being in front of his face, and he flicked his head back just in case that was going to burst through his gloves.
We're used in this box, Richard, to have plenty of company from pigeons, but I see that action has been taken.
A sort of a net has been put there, yes. So where else? Oh, Worcester, the press, the microphones at Worcester often have, they have pigeons nest in their odd little press box. In goes Hull and bowls, edged, caught, dropped by Green. Had it, dropped it, and Hull can't quite believe it. He went for a sort of cut of sorts, a ramp, and Leicestershire have dropped another. It went straight to green. He looked like he had it, was travelling, but as he turned, it just seemed to come out of his hands. He seemed to have it for a couple of seconds. Let's have a look. Hung on to it, but no, out it came, and Leicestershire have put another one down.
Yeah, it would have been better if he hadn't turned. It seemed to be the motion as he turned took the ball away from him.
And Hull frustrated again. In he comes to Zaman, who backs away and he's bowled him with the Yorker. Well, in the end, the dismissal off the no ball wasn't too expensive, but there's not much celebrating there as Leicestershire pick up their 7th wicket of the morning. Zaman Akhtar is bowled by Josh Hull for 16, and Ben Green, although, well, Josh Shaw is still there, he'll be a relieved man as well. But had he taken that, perhaps it would have been all over.
Zaman Akhtar was bowled by Josh Hull for 16.
Well, it's a bit of a hand played by Akhtar. Certainly been entertaining, a little bit unpredictable, but it's come to an end. And Josh Hull will be a relieved man. So 9 wickets down now, with the lead at 137.
How long until lunch?
20 minutes.
It's day 3 as well. I kept thinking it was day 4, but it isn't, so it isn't set.
Yes, it felt like
well, it will be
day 3 first thing. It feels more like day 4 now.
Well, moving day is what they call it, and goodness me, the game has certainly moved on this morning. My phone's pinging away at the moment with excited Leicestershire supporters.
So drinks have been brought out and consumed.
Foxy Phil. Hull has got no idea what's coming, has he? I think that's a bit harsh. But he says, on that basis, how are the batters meant to know? I think he's got a good bouncer and a good York, and he knows when to bowl them, for sure. Foxy Phil, he says he's the new Brendan Julian. I remember Brendan Julian, West Indies left armour. Was quite sharp, but was he a little bit wild, Brendan Julian?
He could be.
Okay.
Spray it around a little. Holland, who is totally different in style and in delivery.
Parsimonious to the extreme.
Sets off again, running away from us. And that's pulled down to deep backward square for 4.
Well, it says, well, it was, because Budinger didn't have a clue, just did not see that. Budinger, standing in front of the electronic scoreboard at deep square, did not move. Happily for him, it was 20 yards to his right. But he just held up 2 hands, saying, no idea. 150 up for Gloucestershire, 141 the lead. Brave shot from Josh Shaw.
Who's ready again for Holland and pick up another single here. Or would it be 2? No. I was thinking about it, but it wasn't there. So that means that Dale will face his first ball. Taking guard. Fancy its middle stump, although we're not quite in line.
10 minutes for the change of innings, so Wicket needs to fall in. If it falls in the next 5 minutes, they could have a nasty over, Leicestershire openers.
Here's Holland, and that's played with reasonable comfort out to Rehan at point. Leicestershire will be delighted with the way things have gone for them this morning.
Yes, unquestionably. What is it, sort of 52 and 12, so 64 for 7 this morning.
Holland in. Oh, there's a push at that one outside the off stump, and that is the end of the innings. So we are going to see Leicestershire bat before lunch. There's a rather indeterminate prod at that delivery from Holland, and it's the end of Singdale. Gone for a duck.
Well, what an amazing morning for Leicestershire. They have bowled, for the most part, outstandingly well, and they've got their rewards. 64 for 8, I believe, this morning. Gloucestershire all out for 152 in their second innings. Leicestershire will need 143 to win the game. It will be finished today, folks, one way or another. Those runs will not be easy to get. The pitch has continued to offer the seamers some assistance, but they have used that assistance well. Holland finishes with 4 for 32 from 17.4 overs. Van Beek 2 for 40 from 18. Ben Green 2 for 24 from 14. Roman Walker didn't bowl today. Josh Hull did and picked up a couple of wickets. He had finished with 2 for 37 from 7. The Foxes with a chance to extend their lead at the top of the second division. The Gloucestershire Seamers, led, I'm sure, by Dom Goodman, will have plenty to say about it. We'll have a very quick break, quick 5-minute break, and we'll be back with you for what promises to be an exciting over before lunch. And then we'll enjoy our lunch there after that. But from Stephen and myself, just for now, see you again shortly.
for this mini session up to much. Our umpires Paul Pollard and Tom Lundy return to the middle.
Well, breathlessly, we are back here in Bristol for the one over that remains to be bowled this morning. To win, Leicestershire need 143 runs, which doesn't sound like many, but given the way the ball has sort of hooped around a bit throughout most of the game, to be quite honest, and the fact that there's still a good bit of juice in this exciting Bristol pitch. Now that's a phrase that hasn't been used very often in the past, an exciting Bristol pitch, but it is, and all the better for it. Well, what will happen? Anything could happen. Rishi Patel heading out to the middle alongside Sol Budinger. Leicestershire will try and get these runs quickly. Now that, I don't mean they'll throw the bat, but just because that's the nature of the players that they have, really. Now, Rishi Patel is going to take first strike, playing his first game of the season after dislocating his thumb 3 overs into the first game of the season when he was fielding at slip at Glamorgan, and consequently the innings, the very brief innings he played in the first innings here, was his first bat of the season, first bat in anger, so to speak, and he was bowled leaving a delivery from Dom Goodman that came seaming back and clattered into his off stump.
Who is the man who has the new ball in hand?
And Stephen Lamb of BBC Bristol, myself, Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester, will comment on proceedings. Stephen will take this final over before lunch.
Here is Goodman then, all ready to go in, and that's a quick delivery which just drops down in front of Patel. Pad, I think. Goodman looking for the kind of start he had in the first innings, fetched up with 5 for.
Well, beautifully, really.
Coming in from the Ashley Down end.
Oh,
that's a good delivery.
Slid past everything.
Patel comprehensively beaten. It's a pretty awkward thing for a batter to have to do, to come and face an over.
Yeah, it did straighten a bit. On the money straight away, Dom Goodman, and he will have to be. Gloucestershire know they haven't got many runs to play with.
Here is Goodman again, and big appeal for Obi. He's out. He's got him. Third ball of the innings, and Patel has gone, and that is exactly the start that Gloucestershire wanted, needed. The one over, which turns out to be just 3 deliveries before the lunch interval. The wicket having fallen, the players are going to troop off. And well bowled, Dom Goodman.
Indeed, full, straight, a little bit too quick for Patel. And his start to the season is, we can say, a difficult one. I'm just watching him walk off the field. I'm laughing because I was thinking to myself before play started, I might be able to get Rishi up to commentate with us, but I may not ask him now for a while. What a morning that was. What a morning that was. And, well, if the afternoon is half as exciting, it's going to be some afternoon as well. 64 for 9 this morning, one way or another. 64 for 8 Gloucestershire, 0 for 1 Leicestershire. They still need another 143 runs to win this match, now with just 9 second innings wickets in hand. I daren't predict. I don't know what you think, Stephen, from here, but all we can do is tell you all about it when we get back.
And are we looking forward to doing that?
We are. Enjoy your lunch. I'm not sure the Leicestershire batters will too much, although the bowlers will still feel reasonably competent. We'll be back with you here on BBC Radio's Bristol Gloucestershire and Leicester, and of course BBC Sport in around about 35 minutes time.
Here are the lunch scores elsewhere from around the county championship. In the first division, Sussex have been bowled out in their second innings for 278, and when play resumes, Notts will need 148 to win. Somerset have bowled Surrey out for 367 at the Oval. They are 30 for 2 in their second innings. They still trail by 54. And the other match in the second division, Middlesex 199 for 5 in reply to Derbyshire's 472 all out. They're approaching the end of the first innings in the Gloucestershire women's match against Northamptonshire. Northampton are 210 for 7 in their Metro Bank Cup fixture. There are 5 overs of the Northampton innings to go. As we wait for our umpires and the players to resume the session after lunch, just to say that the Gloucestershire women bowled out Northants for 233 in their MATCHDAY trophy game up near Kettering, so they'll be chasing 234 to win in 50 overs when play resumes. Our umpires Paul Pollard and Tom Lumley return to the middle for this afternoon session.
Oh, good afternoon to you all from the Seat Unique Stadium, Neville Road in Bristol. The second session on this third day of the Rothesay County Championship Division 2 match between Gloucestershire and Leicestershire. Second session and quite possibly last session of the game. Leicestershire about to resume their second innings, needing a mere 143 runs to win the game, but they are none for one on a spicy track with the ball swinging, and this game is very far from a foregone conclusion. Leicestershire enjoyed a great morning, bar the last over. They took 8 wickets for just 64 runs, but they lost Rishi Patel, obviously, without scoring in that last over before lunch. So, all to play for. Stephen Lamb of BBC Radio Bristol, myself, Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester, bringing you what promises to be, Stephen, a most exciting conclusion to the game.
Yeah, it's been action-packed, and you've got to feel a little bit sorry for Rishi Patel to come out and bat with just the one over possible before lunch, and Dom Goodman, who's of considerable height, beaming down on you. And you saw the replay, which I missed, unfortunately, but you were pretty sure it was plum.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Goodman is in form. Here he goes.
On his way in to the first ball of the afternoon session. There's a play and a miss here. Just finding mid-air, Rehan Ahmed.
It was a horrible waft, wasn't it? Well, the batters seem to have decided the best thing to do is step forward and across and hope for the best in this game, really, certainly in the last, today, anyway. Did that cut seam inside? Missed it by yards, didn't they? Just sparring away outside off stump.
Yeah, unusual stroke to see first up. Rehan has come in place of Patel. And he's down the wicket this time, and once a single, there's going to be a shot at the stumps here. He's back safely. He stumbled for a moment.
Yeah, if that hit, he was gone by miles. He slipped and had the throw hit. He was gone by a yard, easily. He'd given up. Just calm down, young Rehan. Absolutely miles he was gone by. Here we go, looking at the replay. Mid-wicket closed on the ball. He slipped, had all the time in the world. Is that Charlesworth there? Number 64. It is.
It is.
And how did he only had one stump to aim at.
Goodman again then. Driven and caught. Well, would you believe it?
Joke of an innings.
The warnings. The first ball, which he drove at and missed. Then the ill-judged pursuit of a single, which almost ended in disaster. And now he has slashed a wide delivery and he's been caught at cover.
That's embarrassing. Quite what he's thinking there. Just slapped it in the air straight to the man in the covers. Straightforward catch, round at about chest high, and my goodness me, what a start it is for Leicestershire, chasing that tiny total. They are 0 for 2. Cameron Green, well, you're not going to get it over him. You're unlikely to get it over him unless you really middle it, and that was just 3 crazy balls from Rehan Ahmed, and he could have been out to all 3. Wonders off looking back and quite what was going through his head. I'm not sure, but
I think it's the kind of moment when you want to sit on your own in the changing room for a little while and hope nobody comes in.
Well, Goodman is sitting on figures of 2 for none at the moment to go with his first innings 5 for, and well, out comes Lewis Hill, scorer of a half-century in the first innings. What Leicestershire would give for something similar this time round. So we have had 10 wickets fallen today for the addition of 64 runs. The pitch is not a minefield, but batters seem to have it in their mind that it's totally unplayable. Let us see what happens when Ajit Singh Dale opens the bowling. We've only had 6 balls of this Leicestershire innings. They're 0 for 2.
But I mean, that was a rogue wicket, really, wasn't it? The wickets that fell this morning, all of them pretty much down to good bowling, mainly by Leicestershire.
But yes, an innings that young Mr. Ahmed will not look back on with any fondness. Ajit Singh Dale from the Bristol Pavilion end then into Sol of Budinger. Bowls, Budinger defends.
That's the first ball he's faced.
Drops the ball, yes, on the onside, and there is no run. Just the 2 slips for Sol Budinger. He too will likely go for his shots. He has done, you know, yeah, it is the way he plays, but he has done so successfully so far this season, and he's unlikely to change now. They have a deep backward square, a deep square actually. He's pretty square out there. A long leg and a third man, Gloucestershire, as Singhdale is in and bowls very full and looking to drive is Budinger, not really timing it. Runs it out to Graham Van Buren at wide-ish mid-off, and there is no run, but Leicestershire will be relieved to see the ball rolling along the ground.
After coming off the middle.
0 for 2.
What an extraordinary over for Dom Goodman. 3 balls either side of lunch. A plum LBW and a gift, really.
Completely. Singhdale is in and bowls, and Leicester are going to get off the mark. That one thumps into the thigh pad, a little bit short on the leg side, and takes the bottom hand off the bat. Budinger comes off the thigh pad, bounces out towards square leg. The extra is taken. 142 more runs needed. What a day's cricket this has been so far. Well, sometimes first-class cricketers use village as an insult, don't they? There's a little bit village, and the whole day has slightly had that feel in a way, but certainly those last 3 deliveries at the last over was all a little bit village.
So Lewis Hill's about to receive his first ball of the innings.
He's experienced now, Lewis, as Singhdale is in past umpire Pollard and bowls to him down the leg side, flicks it away. First run off the bat, down towards wide, long leg. You heard the call of no as Hill takes his single and runs matches wickets. 2 for 2. Leicestershire. He'll be calm, you would imagine, Lewis Hill. I don't think he'll be infected by the general madness, if you like, that's gone on. He's 34 now, Hilly. From Lutterworth.
Mm.
I think so, yes.
There was a printing press there, wasn't there?
In goes Singdale, and bowls outside off stump, worked by Budinger down behind square on the offside. He's going to pick up a run because sort of backward point has a bit of ground to make up to the ball, and by the time he does so, Budinger takes the single.
Order restored this over to a degree.
It's not over yet. Yes, Lutterworth. And his great claim to fame, Hilly, I'll come back to that in a moment after this ball, assuming nothing ridiculous happens. Singdale is in, bowls to him, goes straight through him and all but bowls him. My goodness me. We're very nearly 3 for 3. End of the over, 3-4-2. Hill has one. Sol Budinger has one. He was working in the in a local shop, Lewis, in his early days, and he was robbed at I think knife point twice. So won't have done his nerves any good.
No.
Targeted by armed robbers twice while working at my local newsagents.
Not the sort of thing you forget easily.
No. Imagine the second time round. Oh, again?
Here is Dom Goodman running in with purpose from the Ashley Down end and finding the middle of the bat on this occasion.
Hardly dare open social media and emails at the moment. The comments about Rehan Ahmed are not complimentary. It was an extraordinary 3 balls.
Yes, Dom Goodman must have found it hard to believe what he was seeing. On his way in again to Budinger and it's down the leg side, and well taken by James Bracey, moving to his right. But yeah, this over so far being played more responsibly. Could hardly have been less.
No. Afternoon to Ray. The Stenchen Benno stand. This has got him so excited he's nearly stopped working, he says.
In comes Goodman. That's clipped nicely off his toes by Budinger. He's going to get comfortable single down to long leg. Just offered a little bit of room and made the most of it, Budinger.
You can get in touch with us, richardray23@gmail.com, on Blue Sky, which apparently is known as Skeeting. Skeeting. At RichR23. And your own on X?
At Lamb165.
There you go, should you wish.
Goodman comes in again, a slightly angular approach. Bowls up in the air, and it's going to fall safe between mid-wicket and mid-on, but he wasn't in full control of that. Lewis Hill going to pick up a couple for it. Just a perilous second or two for Leicestershire supporters, as that one hung in the air.
I suspect this is not going to be a restful afternoon.
Goodman tears in again, and that's played well, firmly. Better, more composed from Hill than the previous stroke.
55 in the first innings. His 50 came off 96 balls, included 7 fours. Scored 96 in his first knock of the season. That was at Glamorgan before being run out. Photographs subsequently showing that he had actually made his ground.
Leaves the next one from Goodman. Lets it pass harmlessly by the off stump. Cap and sunglasses returned to the persevering bowler. Well,
he's ruined his figures. 2 for 3 now. 7 for in the game. We've already had 2 7-fers in the game. Ian Holland and Ben Green both picking up 7 wickets over the game for Leicestershire. And now Goodman has joined them.
Special game for him.
Absolutely, and it's far from being over. Singdale, who's been pretty unlucky in the game so far, is in to Budinger, who steps forward, then goes back and rather ristily turns it back down the pitch towards Ajit Singdale.
Must be 1 or 2 butterflies in the stomachs out there of the 2 batters.
I'm sure. There are. Leans forward, dark locks flowing and bowls outside off stump. Doesn't really get up, and Budinger was ready to drive it away, but as I say, it didn't get up and it hit the bottom of the bat and bounces slightly apologetically out into the offside.
Q end.
He examines the bottom of his bat. Sol Budinger. Bancroft had a very bright grip on his bat, but it's not as bright as Budinger's, which is fluorescent sort of pinky orange, catching the sun from here. Singdale turns, runs in, bowls outside off stump, wristily cut away, but only as far as backward point by Budinger. There's no run, stopped about 3rd bounce there. There's a few insects, flying insects around, brought out by the sun today, buzzing around outside in front of us. Walked past a sort of bank, somebody had got some lavender growing out of season, but absolutely buzzing with bees. It was lovely, actually. Down Longfield Road in Bristol. Singdale bowls short, and Budinger right down, squats down, lets it sail over his head to Bracey. Applause from 1 or 2 of the Gloucester faithful below us. 6 for 2, 137 more runs needed to win.
Looks an absolute picture of the ground at the moment. We've had the sun out most of the day. It's very much in the ascendant at the moment. And we've had some fast-moving cricket to watch.
Singdale bowls, better length, and again taking his bottom hand off the bat there, Budinger, as he gets something on it, which is about the best that can be said for that. There was nothing pretty about it, but he just managed to sort of drop it down towards short leg. Yeah, the flats are not... yeah, it's not an aesthetic ground, is it, Neville Road? You can sort of sense the history a little bit, but only the buildings away up to the side of us to the right, as we look at it over the mound stand, have a certain grandeur, if you like. In goes Singdale. Bowled, not bowled. Sol Budinger. Singdale thought it had got through. I did for a second. It swung back in, and again that sort of bottom hand was coming off the bat. The bat was not horizontal by any stretch of the imagination from Budinger, who was looking initially to cut it away, and it thick bottom edge dropped almost sort of vertically down and stopped dead. I thought it was going to trickle back onto the stump. So another over goes by in which, well, it just goes down as six dots, but my goodness, you can't take your eyes off this at all at the moment. 6 for 2 Leicestershire after 4 overs.
Unsurprisingly, it's still to be Dom Goodman with those flats behind him. That's outside the off stump and left alone. Now, I agree with you that they wouldn't be, I don't think you'd mark them down as an architectural masterpiece necessarily, the flats, but they do give the ground more of a...
Yeah, they close it in a bit more,
feel.
don't they? Yes, and the gallery of legends underneath it. It's splendidly done, splendidly done. And it's an entertaining walk under there. I do know that they're named after famous Gloucestershire players, aren't they?
They are. This is not quite off the middle of the bat, but is squeezed out to backward point.
There's the 3 block. One block is Hammond block, but I can't quite remember what the other 2 blocks are.
There's a Graveney.
A Graveney block.
I saw a Graveney at lunchtime, actually. David is here.
Oh, okay.
Former Gloucestershire player, of course, and Somerset and Durham, and former chairman of England selectors.
Indeed. A possessor of a fine tash was. I don't know whether he still is.
Oh, appeal for LBW, not out, says Tom Lungley. It was a confident shout from everyone.
It looked a bit outside the line to me. We'll have a look at the replay.
Oh, it's close.
Just outside
the line of off stump.
Just.
There's nothing half-hearted about the appeal.
No. Imploring umpire Lungley to give it there.
And he comes again, Goodman. There's a slash here, and it's fielded at cover. Now, was that in the air?
It was in the air. Whether it actually reached, I think that might have been a chance.
It might have
Cameron
been.
Green, judging by the reaction, that might have carried.
He's looking distraught. Cameron Green. We'll have another look at it.
If we can. I'm not sure it did actually carry, actually. Just to his right.
Maybe he picked it up on the half volley.
Yeah. Either way, an escape.
Goodman again outside off stump and left alone. Yeah, so Hammond and Graveney.
Yeah.
Is it Jessup? How's the other one? Jessup must have been a candidate. Yeah.
Are the gates Grace, like at Lord's, or they are?
Yeah, and we've got a bust of WG down below us. But a very impressive bust it is too.
The Doctor. His shade will be watching on, wrapped somewhere up there.
Goodman in. Oh, inside edge for, could have gone anywhere. Could have gone onto the stumps. But he gets away with it. This is edge of the seat cricket, I tell you.
A miss like stump by, well, I would imagine that the stump is still swaying in the wind from that, really, because goodness me, that was close. And well, every ball you feel there could be a wicket or something. 10 for 2 after 4, Leicestershire needing another 133 runs, and that feels like, at the moment, an awful lot of runs, Stephen.
Yep, courtesy mainly of Dominic Goodman's first over, which had 2 wickets either side of lunch.
Ajit Singh Dale continues from the Bristol Pavilion end, bowls to Sol Budinger, who defends on the back foot off stump, plays the ball out to Van Buren, walking in from mid-off, and there is no run.
The Gloucestershire scorecard looks pretty odd. 2 batters getting to 43. Ollie Price, one of the 2 wickets that fell yesterday evening, and then Cameron Bancroft, the second to go this morning. Never really looked secure today, the Gloucestershire skipper. So eventually LBW to Van Beek.
Singdale bowls. Fuller this time. Driving is Budinger, and he's got that through to the boundary. Got that in front of point. Miles Hammond dived to his left. Couldn't get there, and it crosses the ropes at a deep backward point for 4. Just about legitimate. It was along the ground all the way, steered away by Budinger. Rather different to the hill 4, but Leicestershire don't mind how they come to a certain extent. Budinger on to 6, Leicestershire 14 for 2.
Yeah, that was a pretty good shot in the end.
Got on top of the bounce, didn't he? That was the main thing.
Yeah, so after those those two 43s. I'll come back to it after this delivery.
Singdale in again. Budinger back foot defensive shot on the off stump, steering it to backward point where Hammond feels comfortably.
Didn't look at all good, still doesn't look good, that scorecard for Gloucestershire. The night watchman, Dominic Goodman, gone for a duck. Then Miles Hammond 2, Cameron Green 2, James Bracey 5, Graham Van Buren 8. Fell rather like 9 pins against some excellent Leicestershire seam bowling.
But the wickets have continued to fall when Leicestershire are batting. 14 for 2. Singdale's going to go round the wicket to Budinger. In he goes. Bowls. Budinger is getting a fullish delivery on his legs. He turns his wrists on it, pushes it straight out towards mid-on. You heard the call of no as it went straight to the fielder.
He's got quite a lithe action, Singdale.
Yes, he has, yeah. You can get it through at a lively pace. He was described by James Bracey at the end of day one as the unluckiest bowler he's ever played with at any stage in his career. Round the wicket he goes and bowls fullish, driven back past him. Yes, yes, says Budinger. Hill's going to have to hurry. Van Buren hits the stumps, but Hill had made his ground. It was a slightly risky run in that Hill had got back into his ground in case Singdale sort of turned it on to the stumps, but Budinger, I suppose, judged it well, and every run matters. Hill responded and made his ground. 7 apiece to them now, 15 for 2. Tense for all the West Country accented laughter below us. It's slightly nervous laughter, isn't it, I suspect?
Yeah, they'll be delighted with the wickets, but they're conscious that it's a pretty small target.
Back over the wicket to the right-hander goes Singdale. Bowls to Hill, who's back on his stumps, defending. Fullish length ball. It wasn't necessarily one to go back to. He did, but he managed to get his bat on it and turn it out towards mid-on, where Van Buren is fielding. Singdale 3 overs for 7 runs. Goodman 2 3 overs for 7 runs. The difference, of course, being that he has picked up 2 wickets and looked as though he's capable of picking up a wicket with just about every other ball he's bowled, to be quite honest. 15 for 2, Leicestershire.
Yeah, another 128 needed for victory.
Sounds one heck of a lot of runs, that, doesn't it? At the moment.
With the 2 wickets gone, yes, but in overall terms, as run chases go.
No, this is true.
Dominic Goodman will have other ideas as he starts a new over, and that's played to backward point. Didn't think it had the full middle of the bat on it.
He was injured for much of last season, wasn't he, Tom Goodman?
Mm. And the wicket.
Not sure what the nature of the injury was.
Just to run through the wicket takers, Ian Holland picked up another one this morning, finished with 4 for 32. Logan Van Beek 2 for 40. Ben Green 2 for 24. Here's Goodman. Single to third man.
In the air. Straight through gully, but I guess he knew there wasn't a gully, so we'll give Budinger the benefit of the doubt there. When it's in the air for as long as that, you can't help feeling a little bit nervous from the batter's point of view.
I should also mention 2 for Josh Hull. He took the last 2 in that action-packed morning session. Goodman running in towards us. It's defended to mid-on.
24 now, Dominic Charles Goodman. 6'5". Went to school in Amersham in Buckinghamshire and attended the University of Exeter. Best bowling was 4 for 73 up at Durham.
Driven, wants a single, will get one. There's a shy at the stumps which misses. I think he'd have been home anyway.
And it is now 5-4 against Leicestershire here at Bristol.
Yeah, looking the part.
His match figures, certainly these will be his best match figures, I'm sure. Now he's got 7 for, not very many. Yes, they'll be hoping he obviously stays fit and gets a good season under his belt. Dom Goodman, because he's clearly got an awful lot of potential.
Going round the wicket to Budinger, who picks up another single as he just drops that down on the leg side. Graham Van Buren is far enough back to allow the single. So Goodman will revert to over the wicket to the right-handed Hill. In he comes. Clipped firmly. That sounded nice off the bat. It's going to be 4 through mid-wicket. No chance of pulling that in. Charlesworth retrieves from his point of view the wrong side of the rope. Nice way for Leicestershire to complete the over.
Yeah, and Hill into double figures again, as he has throughout this season now. Remember his maiden championship 100 at the Oval in 2015 against Surrey, the match in which Kevin Peterson scored a 300. Hill this season, 96, 24, 41, 64, 53 and now 12 not out.
Ajit Singh Dale is going to continue having a chat with Josh Shaw at the moment, possibly about field placings. Got 2 slips. It's deep third, backward point, deep extra, mid-off, so the offside, the more populated.
Singdale is in, bowls and a little fend at one that buzzes through outside off stump. A little bit of nip about that as Singdale sighs at the end of his follow through, turns, rather trudges back to top of his mark. Shaw's got sunglasses on, but they're quite sort of old-fashioned and normal sunglasses, if that makes sense. You get used to these sort of huge, reflective, coloured things that players are given to wear by sponsors and what have you, but Shaw's are sort of relatively normal. Singdale is in, bowls, Budinger is forward, yes he calls as he pushes it out towards, just in front of point. Hammond comes in and enthusiastic as ever, picks up an underarms ball at the stumps at the non-strikers and misses them, and I think Budinger had made his ground anyway, so Budinger joins Hill in double figures, 23 for 2, 120 more needed by the Foxes to win.
Yes, it was worth a go. He wasn't really in a position to shy, but I think he was safely home.
Back over goes Singdale, bowls to Hill, and he's just given him that little bit of room on the legs. It's going to be just the one. He almost timed it too well. Green comes in off the ropes at deep square, picks up at deep-ish mid-wicket and gets his throw away. Hill takes 1. Moves on to 13. Scoreboard not quite as lightning fast as it usually is at the moment. There it goes, ticks over, 24 for 2.
Which is a great deal better than 0 for 2.
Around the wicket goes Singdale and bowls. Budinger goes back. He sold Hill a bit of a dummy there because he took a couple of steps forward. Hill responded by taking 3 or 4, but Budinger sent him back as Hammond closed very quickly on the ball. 24 for 2. Trees not quite in full leaf, but becoming so down there behind the mound stand.
Yes, that's been a constant feature at this ground with all the various changes that have gone on around them.
Yeah, not so many around the ground, but nice to see those as Singdale is in. Bowls Fuller, it's driven back to him. He puts down a left hand and stops it in his follow through. Saves a chase and a couple of runs. Shaw would have run back from mid on to deepish mid off to field.
Yeah, it's more shrubs than trees on the other side of the ground. Got a couple of mature trees, but they're mainly shrubs at the end of people's gardens.
Yes.
We can see over there. That's Kennington Avenue. Bishopston. That row.
There's a few names one recognises. Round the wicket goes Singdale and Bowles. Nicely turned off his legs by Budinger. Should be 2. They're thinking about it, but no, there is no point taking any risks as Charlesworth closes on the ball from deep square, and 1 is taken. There's a Nottingham road just near where I am on Longfield Road, but they're not all named after locations of Test match grounds. I don't think. I think that's. Do you think it's a coincidence or not? Kennington, Nottingham.
I've got a feeling there's a Derby Road.
There's a
near here.
Rutland Street.
Yeah,
which is our Leicestershire part of the world.
Yeah.
Now, which was here first, the ground or those streets? Because the ground's
I would think the ground. Here is Goodman, round the wicket to Budinger, who drives. No power in the stroke. Fielded it mid-off by Zaman Akhtar.
Because we're kind of on top of a hill here, aren't we, to a certain extent, or sort of well up it, and you just wonder what used to be, what the views used to be. Because Kennington Street looks, some of them, well, they're all extended, but they look quite modern, some of the houses, or reasonably so.
Yeah, I think they're
40 or 50 years.
They're mainly
Victorian. Oh, it's
late
as old
Victorian.
as that. Okay.
As Goodman is in. And that's going to be a single pushed out to mid-wicket. The backs of that row of houses look rather more modern than the fronts do.
They do. Of course, the Doctor, W.G., was one of the famous Victorians, wasn't he, really? So,
yeah.
As I say, I don't know quite which was here first. Whether that car park used to be full of carriages.
It's a nice thought.
It is, isn't it?
Here comes Dom Goodman. There's an appeal. He was shaping to turn that to leg, was Lewis Hill, so that generally gives a clue.
But it was just Bracey who went up there. Goodman didn't appeal, and Hill examines his bat, so
missing leg, one feels.
Bat may have been involved as well. Oh, we're bound to hit him on the glove, so Bracey had his, he had his back to Bracey. He wouldn't have seen it hit the glove. So,
and again, Goodman, there's a drive and the appeal for caught behind is given. The third wicket has gone. It's the same bowler, Dom Goodman, who's done the damage. 2 in his first over, and he's added another one. Lewis Hill has gone for 13. Caught by James Bracey off Dom Goodman, and Gloucestershire is still in this.
They are. Hill hung around for a long time there. He flung his bat at the wide one and looks disappointed, but the shot wasn't the greatest he's played. It was a very wide one, and everybody went up straight away. Bottom edge, perhaps. And he has to go, and Hill goes, the man in form. And as Stephen said, they still need Leicestershire another 117 here, and they're down to their last 7 second innings wickets. Are they going to blow this? Hill goes for 13.
11 wickets so far today. Just astonishing.
You can't say the pitch, that was the pitch. That was just
neither of the last 2 dismissals.
A state of mind shot, wasn't it, really? Just flinging his bat at a wide one.
Yeah, the only thing the pitch had to do, maybe with both the dismissals, is psychological.
Yeah.
But neither stroke, either Rehan Ahmed's or that one, I don't think either of them are going to be remembered with any affection at all by the batters concerned.
No. And Dom Goodman's Matchus Mirabilis continues. 8 wickets now for the young quick bowler. And if you can get Hanscom, then Gloucestershire, I think, really will start to believe. And I'm not suggesting they don't at the moment, but in the back of their mind, they'll think if one batsman gets away, you know, we can take the game away from us quickly. But if they get Hanscom quickly, we still don't know whether Cox is going to be available for Leicestershire. Well, match really is 50-50. Probably isn't far off that now.
So Hanscom ready for his first ball, which is coming from Dom Goodman. And there's an appeal for LBW again, not out, says Tom Lungley. It was... Well, the appeal carried plenty of conviction. We'll have another look. Outside the line,
just outside the line.
Only just
outside. You can see. Oh, you can see middle and leg stumps, can't you?
You can also see just a touch of frustration in the Goodman appeal. That maybe he knew that it was close, but no cigar.
Good appeal. My word, my word.
What a spell! What a match this is for Dom Goodman. It's played slightly gingerly up to mid-on, the last ball of the over, and you can hear the applause for the current local hero here at the Seat Unique Stadium. Dom Goodman is playing the match of his career so far.
Unquestionably. 8 wickets in the game for him now. 5 overs that he's bowled. Only 4.3 in this spell. Is that right? 4.3, 4.4.
4.3.
So he's certainly got another couple in him, you would have thought, for this spell, at any rate. And I don't think I'd like to try and prize the ball away from him anyway. You wouldn't think. So, Ajit Singh Dale getting plenty of encouragement from down below us as he continues from the Bristol Pavilion and runs in bowls to Budinger, who is squared up as it climbs on him a little bit. He drops it down on the offside and walks away to short leg, affecting a nonchalance that he possibly doesn't really feel at the moment.
That was a tricky delivery.
It was. He remains on 12.
Josh Shaw is just doing a little bit of loosening. I don't think he'll come on.
Come on for Singh Dale, I would think.
Yeah, possibly.
If he doesn't pick up a wicket in this over. In he goes. And bowls, Budinger pushing it out into the offside, just wide of Graham Van Buren at wideish mid-off, out towards extra cover really. Van Buren has to scramble across to his right. And Budinger takes his single, moves on to 13. 27 for 3. Another 116 needed by the Foxes.
Enthralling stuff.
I think it would be as great for Gloucestershire as it would be to win this game. It would be so, I think, deflating for Leicestershire, having made the start of the season they have to lose it. You know, it could be a real season changer for both sides. This game, for both sides. So the next hour, as Singh Dale comes in and bowls to Peter Hanscom, who is beaten, and it somehow goes through. Did he get a little edge on that? It dropped short. It came off the pad, I think. It dropped short of Bracey. It so nearly went. No, it didn't. It didn't come off anything. It stayed a little bit low. Missed off stump by not very much at all. It dropped short of Bracey, and it sort of burst through his gloves, and a bye is taken. But my goodness. Hanscom, having taken the bye, looks back down the pitch. 28 for 3. Every ball an event at the moment. Every ball Singdale is into Budinger, who goes back and defends. That one doesn't do too much, and you heard the call of no as he pushed it out to Van Buren at extra cover. There should be 5,000 in the ground watching this. One feels. Probably are on the stream. Hello to you all, if you're watching on this outstanding Gloucestershire stream. Brilliant coverage and camera work. And replays. Singdale leans forward, gets into his stride, bowls to Budinger. Ooh, a shocker down the leg side, short, and it's a no ball, says umpire Pollard.
Not what the Gloucestershire doctor ordered.
On height. Was that the signal? I think it was.
I think so, yeah.
Miles down the leg side. And Leicestershire will take those 2 runs gratefully and move on to 30 for 3. Singdale tries again. He's got a gully now. He comes in, bowls to Budinger, who cuts it out towards deep backward point. Great. No, not a great stop. Good effort. Diving along the ropes there. I guess it won't. No, Green will have gone in at gully, won't he? So I'm not sure who it is out there. Yeah, the tall figure of Green in at gully. And fielder running down the ropes. It's sometimes Hammond out there, isn't it? Hammond it is. And couldn't quite get there. As I say, it wouldn't be Gloucestershire and Miles Hammond without him spending a fair proportion of it sprawled on the ground somewhere. Did so there, couldn't quite get enough on it to prevent Budinger picking up 4. He moves on to 17, half of Leicestershire's total at the moment. Singdale in to finish his over. In, bowls, outside edge in the air, past the reaching Green, down towards wide third man. This time, Goodman running up the rope from third man, makes the stop, keeps Budinger to 1. He keeps the strike, moves on to 18, 35 for 3. 108 more runs needed to win. Singdale none for 18. I'm guessing that Bracey might turn to Shaw. Shaw conceded a few runs in Leicestershire's first innings, but he got more movement, a little bit more movement than Singdale, especially the swing, and it might be that will persuade Bracey to turn to the Yorkshireman and see if he can nick out a couple. Leicestershire 35 for 3, needing 143 to win the game.
No change at the Ashley Down end.
I'm amazed.
Goodman in, out, wicket 4. Goodman strikes again. He's heading for a 10-for in the match at this rate. It's the end of Budinger, and, well, Gloucestershire know that they are right back in this game. Nicely taken, low down.
Yeah, Bancroft presumably, or is it Price again? It's Price, Ollie Price. He's going to leave that 5 for Miles behind, isn't he? He's on for a 10-for.
Well. This is spicy stuff indeed from Dom Goodman. He's over 6 foot tall. He's looking like 10 at the moment.
Again, the ball didn't do too much. It wasn't unplayable, but drawn into pushing at one that he could legitimately have left, and edged a low catch that Price made no mistake with. 4 for 15 for Goodman, 9 for in the game. 2 batsmen on naught at the crease, 35 for 4.
What a game we've got on our hands here.
Wickets is that now? 12. And we are half an hour after lunch.
Extraordinary. And not the slightest doubt it feels that this game is going to finish today. Will it last until tea?
No, I think think we'll be done by tea one way or another. It feels that way, doesn't it? But anyway. Well, Ian Holland, you've had a great game with the ball and the bat to a certain extent, and now you're going to have to be a hero with the bat again. You're probably thinking, haven't I done enough in this game? No. You've got more to do.
Here's his first ball from Dom Goodman, which he defends, I wouldn't say in relaxed style, but effectively, which is what matters. We've got two very experienced performers out there together now in Hanscom and Holland.
Foxy Phil, we're in the rude emoji now, he says.
Who's to come? Ben Cox.
If
Van Dijk.
Ben Cox.
Right, if he can bat, yeah. Ben Green, Josh Hull and Roman Walker. Goodman bowls. Defended. Textbook style by Holland.
Perhaps Walker, having endured a difficult game, will have his moment with the bat.
Ben Green is a pretty handy number 9.
Yeah, well, in the last match they had Scriven, who's a genuine all-rounder, at number 11. Everybody batted.
Goodman in and left alone by Holland.
Bracey standing up to Goodman.
Taking it well. Presumably forcing Holland to bat within his crease. But yeah, quite a thing to a bowler of Goodman's pace.
Especially with, the odd one bouncing a bit.
This is outside the off stump and neatly taken.
What hands they have, these top keepers.
And eyes, the sharpness of eye.
Shoulder height to his right, just about when he took it, was it? Not far off. Almost kind of behind him, but glory, wonderful. Wonderful hands, catching flies.
And he's got Ollie Price and Cameron Bancroft behind him.
That said, he's
had enough of that.
Yeah. Bracey puts his cap back on and heads back.
Holland defends, wants a single and will get it. Pretty comfortably, it's into the gap between mid-wicket and mid-off.
Another successful over for Dom Goodman. 5 overs, 4 for 16, of course, with that single now. And every chance of breaking his best in first-class cricket in the very next innings in which he's bowling. 36 for 4, 107 more runs needed by Leicestershire, and it feels like a huge amount at the moment. Get it below 100, knocking them off 5, 10 at a time, but they desperately need a stance. The applause is for Goodman from quite a sparse crowd in front of the left-hand block of flats as we look at them, but warm applause, warm enough to be heard from the crowd basking in the sun. Is that a shirt off over there? Well, Singdale is going to continue from the Bristol Pavilion end, in and bowls. It climbs on Holland, who was getting ready to try and cut it away and managed just to drop his hands at the last minute, jerk his head back out of the way. Taken by Bracey in front of his chest behind the stumps. In fact, higher than that, above shoulder height.
They've each bowled 6 overs now, these two. Haven't had a change yet in the Gloucestershire attack. That'll be in Bancroft's mind.
Singdale bowls outside off stump. That one doesn't climb quite as much, and it's a safe leave by Ian Holland. Holland occupied a lot of balls in the first innings. His 50, he says, looking back through his notes, came off. Well, he occupied 145 balls for his 52. hit 7 fours, and he dismissed shortly after getting 50. But 145 balls would do Leicestershire here. Singdale turns, straightish run, bowls, that cuts back in, it's caught, no, it came off the pad. Singdale's convinced, but it did too much, I think. It certainly wasn't obviously leg before, it bounced and cut into him, and it came off the thigh pad. Indeed, Holland sort of indicates as much, but there was no excitement from umpire Pollard or from Holland, no concern being shown. It was caught, it just did far too much. Was there appeal for leg before as much? No, Bracey took it. It was the appeal for a catch behind.
Yeah.
They'd have taken the raised finger for whatever umpire Pollard thought. But
yeah, and the ball he hurled up into the air as well.
Yeah, it was definitely an appeal for a catch behind, but it did far too much. Beat the bat. Singdale is in and bowls outside off stump. That one doesn't do too much, and Holland, who had stepped forward, leaves his bat raised.
I'm sure we're going to see Josh Shaw very soon. I suspect it's going to be at this Bristol Pavilion end. Likely first change. Stationed at mid-off at the moment.
Singdale is in and bowls, that stays a bit low, and Holland's on the back foot, manages to keep it out, not much more than that, but hands had started to go into the air again. Holland was just a nice short one outside off stump, or one onto the legs. I can just push away into the leg side for a single. But Singdale, although he hasn't picked up any wickets, is backing up Goodman by not giving anything away. They've sent Green back to the square leg boundary. Singdale, to finish his 6th over, is in, bowls a little bit short of a good length. Ball doesn't do anything ridiculous, and Holland defends it back down the pitch to Singdale. It's a maiden, and a good one as well, so good work by him. Gets a warm round of applause. Whether he'll get another over remains to be seen. 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 18. His figures: Goodman's 6 overs, 1 maiden, but there the similarity ends, because he's taken 4 for 16.
And unsurprisingly, he's striding purposefully towards the end of his mark. Down at the Ashley Down end, being watched hawk-eyed from several of the flat balconies, who are closer to him than we are. 2 slips waiting, quite deeply placed, Ollie Price and Cameron Bancroft, as Goodman comes in. That's steered down to gully, won't be a run. Miles Hammond is stationed there. Well, they've had plenty of entertainment, the
Yes.
Gloucestershire faithful today.
Value for their entrance money, 12 wickets.
A few from Leicester as well.
Yes, yep, they're here. Nervously chewing on their nails at the moment, I'm sure.
Umbrella handles being pulverised by sharp teeth as Goodman bowls, and that's defended comfortably enough by Pete Hanscom. Feel that 2 batters of this experience is probably the kind of thing that Leicestershire need for this situation.
And how long can Goodman keep going? This is over number 7.
Away he goes, and Hanscom finds the middle of the bat okay there, pushes it out to mid-wicket. There won't be a run. Yeah, regardless of wickets, you just need a rest, don't you? After 7 overs, 8 overs, his sort of style of bowling. Need a breather. We have a double change, maybe. Here he comes. Goodman. It's left alone. Braces stood up again. Up and back, up and back.
Yeah, lots of bouncing around from Akhtar at the moment, so maybe he's the next seamer to be called on. He or Shaw, or both, as you say. When was the last run? Hanscom's faced 7, Holland 11.
Another dot ball there as Hanscom defends. It adds to the pressure, doesn't it, when there are already wickets on the board and the runs are choked off. But they'll have batted in similar situations to this before, these two. Goodman then, and once more it's another dot. He looks frustrated, Don Goodman, but well, he's got no reason to be. It's been a superb spell for him. Okay, 2 of the wickets fell to shots one might describe as indiscreet, but it's been a good spell nonetheless. The first on the stroke of lunch was plumb LBW, and he's had one taken at slip as well. Safe hands of Ollie Price. Will that be it for the moment? We'll see. Still to be Singdale at the Bristol Pavilion end. Still no change.
Well, he's keeping things tight. In he comes and bowls outside off stump, cut by Holland, and he is going to pick up a run. First for some little time. Hammond leapt athletically, almost in an arc to his left, didn't get anything on it, and it is fielded down there by Akhtar, running up from, was it Goodman? No, it is Akhtar down there. Goodman's down there at long leg, stretching his hamstrings at the moment and having a drink. And Holland moves on to 2. Singdale bowls, driven by Hanscom, but didn't really get any weight into the shot, didn't come out of the middle, steered it out to Charlesworth at extra cover.
I guess the other thought in Cameron Bancroft's mind when sort of pondering bowling permutations is the fact that this match is going to finish today and possibly with a session to spare.
Yeah, they'll get 3 days off rather, well, Friday, 4 days off before heading, before starting against Lancashire at Old Trafford. So yeah, they'll get a bit of a break. Decent break. Singdale is in bowls, a little bit short on off stump. Hanscom rides the bounce, but can't do any more than that. Drops it out to Hammond at point, no run.
So that might be a sort of encouragement to allow longer spells.
Well, Goodman would love his first match 10 for, I'm sure, and will more than fancy his chances of getting it, if not more. 4 for 16 for him at the moment to go with his first innings. 5 for. Chatting happily with the crowd at the moment at long leg. Singdale in bowls, a leave from Hanscom. Was round about stump high when it went past off stump, but it didn't come back in as much as the U's and the R's might have you believe. Probably missed the stumps by a good 8 inches or so. Again, 3 dot balls, 3 consecutive dot balls. Singdale in and bowls. Hanscom is squared up and looking to push it straight or even down the pitch on the onside. The ball squirts out to point along the ground all the way, but
yeah,
again
managed to keep on top of it.
Beaten by the sort of swing to a certain extent. Green again is sent back to the deep square boundary for the final ball of the Singdale over and possibly his spell. Comes in and bowls a little bit short of a length, and Hanscom is finally off the mark. His 14th delivery. He got up on his toes and just guided it calmly down through the vacant gully to third man, where Akhtar fields, and he keeps walking in, Akhtar, having thrown the ball in, and hands his cap to Bancroft to give to the umpire, because he is going to take over from Dom Goodman. Well, Goodman, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 16. He's going to have a little bit of a breather. I'm sure that if Zaman or possibly Josh Shaw, applause for the spell.
Yeah, enthusiastic, and rightly so.
If wickets don't continue to fall, it won't be the last he bowls in this game.
Yeah. Bancroft hoping that he'll have something left in the tank in a few overs' time. In the meantime, here's Akhtar. His first ball of the innings is cut for 4. That's really well placed and timed by Hanscom. Beautiful stroke. Bisected the field, and once it had done that, it was 4 all the way.
Yeah. Akhtar doing what Goodman didn't, and offering a little bit of width. Seized on by Peter Hanscom.
In he comes again. There's a possible single there, but Hanscom deciding against. Van Buren, the fielder, at mid-wicket. Gloucestershire searching for their 5th wicket. Doesn't come with that delivery, as it's defended comfortably by Hanscom.
Yep, staying on the back foot where he can, Peter Hanscom. Wasn't that short a ball?
Outside the off stump, no need to play that, and Hanscom just watching it go through to Bracey.
Yeah, may have got away with it there, Akhtar, because it was quite wide to start with, and it swung much wider, but after it had passed the crease, I suppose, so no wide signalled.
Push out to cover. Goodman is there, won't be a run. Cloud passes through like several others over the course of the day, and more sunshine than not, and plenty of activity out there in the middle. Outside the off stump again from Akhtar. End of the over. Just that one boundary which came off the first delivery, so he can mark that down as a decent comeback. Next 5 balls being dots. So it's another 101 needed by Leicestershire. 6 wickets by Gloucestershire to conclude this match, one way or the other.
Gloucestershire bowling change at the Bristol Pavilion end, sponsored by 6 o'clock gym, number 5, Josh Shaw.
You may hear on the PA there that Josh Shaw is coming into the attack, so it is a double change in the end.
Shaw then, from the Bristol Pavilion end, he's bowled pretty much throughout the game, coming in 2 Ian Holland bowls. Holland, like Hanscom preferring to play the delivery on the back foot. It wasn't a bad length, and it had a little bit of shape to it, and managed to defend it away off the off stump. The shape to the right-hander, of course, slight outswing. So Shaw hitting his lines and lengths straight away.
2 for 65 in the first innings, Josh Shaw.
A little bit inconsistent, and if he can find the sort of consistent line and length, well, that's what he has to do. In he goes and bowls. That's a super delivery. Has he caught behind? Yes, he is. Holland held the pose for a minute. Nothing much happened, but Gloucestershire were celebrating because they knew he had taken the edge of Holland's bat, and now you would think that Gloucestershire are favourites to win this game. Holland goes, caught Bracey, bowled Shaw for 2. Leicestershire still need more than 100 runs to win this game. They are 42 for 5.
That feels like a big wicket, because Holland, with all his experience, and he batted well in the first innings as well, he's gone. Pete Hanscom is still there. There's a question now, will we see Ben Cox emerge? He's down to come in next, but may not do so.
I'd be surprised if he came in now, that's for sure, fit or not, really.
Holland casting a rather dejected figure as he walks off.
I'm thinking green, really. But it is. That's not green. That's Cox. It is Ben Cox. Well, that's good to see. In every respect for Leicestershire. Ben Cox is considered fit enough to bat in his usual place. Looks around him, gets his eyes accustomed to the light, which is
pretty bright.
Very bright. He should get a slightly sympathetic round of applause, really, but no reaction from the Gloucestershire faithful. 101 needed from the last 5 wickets to win the game.
So Josh Shaw, as Dom Goodman did, striking in his first over. Can he strike twice? He hasn't got lunch in between.
It was a lovely delivery.
That was down to the bowler, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it was super, you know, the little bit of help from the pitch. Perhaps it didn't seem away, but it looked like swing to me. But, well, Josh Shaw joins the party, started by Goodman. He won't get a 10 for in this innings. Cox. Will he get a short ball as Shaw goes in, bowls to him outside off stump? Conventional outswinger that started wide, went a bit wider, and Shaw probably a little bit disappointed at not making Cox play there. Cox walks off towards short leg. First innings 50 for Ben Cox. Bat twiddles in his hands as he walks in from short leg. 13 wickets, sorry, Stephen.
Come back
in the day.
This, yeah.
As Shaw turns. Runs in, bowls a little bit short. Still swings away, but Cox went on the back foot and just sort of tucked his bat inside the line, let it swing through to Bracey behind the stumps.
Yeah, I saw Ben Cox's debut for Worcestershire, which is a year or two ago now, but it was an amazing story actually, because he was plucked from school where he was studying for his A-levels because there was a bit of a crisis, and he stumped Marcus Trescothick.
In goes Shaw, bowls to him. That one is into the ribs, attempted just to shake him up a bit, but Cox plays it well, goes back and just turns it wristily around the corner. He's still touching as he did at the end of his first innings, the sort of padding that extra padding that he's got around the bruise, but it just looks as though he's kind of pulling it back into place, really, rather than sort of feeling any particular pain from it. I can tell you when that was. His debut was in 2009 as Shaw is in to Hanscom, who is defending a foolish delivery on the off stump, just dropping it out into the offside. Applause for Shaw. He too has picked up a wicket. So Leicestershire are 43 for 5. They need exactly 100 runs to win the game. Gloucestershire need 5 more wickets. And at the moment, you would say that was a more likely outcome than the former.
Yeah, if you're looking for a sort of dream debut as a wicket keeper, the stumping's not a bad way to go. And if it's Marcus Trescothick, it's even better.
Absolutely. Who in 2009 might still have been an England player. Possibly not.
Not quite, I think.
Possibly
just
not.
After.
Yeah, a bit late.
But I remember doing an interview with Bumpy Rhodes, who was the Worcestershire coach then, and he's a keeper himself, of course, and he couldn't have been more thrilled. Here then is Actor starting a new over with a full and straight delivery, which is played comfortably enough by the aforementioned Ben Cox. Surveying the field around him. As Actor runs in again, this is cut away down to backward point. There'll be a single, just as a man protecting the boundary out there. Comfortable single. Cameron Green's got a big area of ground to defend, but that was pretty much straight to him. That's straighter and will be more of a chase for Green. So much so that they can take 2 this time. Two more for Hanscom. Takes him to 7. Another 85 runs needed. 85 runs or 5 wickets. Be 84 now, because that's been gently pushed in to the offside again for a single. They are ticking down. It's always been a small target, but Gloucestershire's attack, Dom Goodman in particular, have made it look a hell of a lot larger than it did at the outset. Could go either way this game. Here's Actor, bouncer, and Cox no problem at all in getting underneath that. Bright orange rubber on his bat, which he twiddles before settling. Twiddles or twirls. Oh, that's a loose stroke. He's looking for the cover drive, but it was too full. Just looked cramped for room as he played the stroke, and no contact with it. We've seen a couple of strokes like that bring wickets today. Not quite that time. That's better. Everything behind that. Won't be a run though, and it's the end of a pretty good over from Actor. 49 for 5 at the end of it.
as you say, debut 2009, so lots of experience. Ben Cox, almost as much as Peter Hanscom. I wonder his debut was, first class debut for Pete. I'll find out for you. As into him comes Josh Shaw bowls. He defends on the back foot as ever, and there's no run. His first class debut was 2011, so Cox is actually the slightly more experienced of the two. Hanscom's played 20 tests, got over 1,000 runs in his tests, averaging 37, which is pretty decent. He's probably been a tad unlucky not to have played a few more, really.
I'm guessing that Cox would have been a bit younger than Hanscom on debut.
Probably. Shaw in bowls and just rides the swing nicely down to third man, but a very good stop by Actor, sprinting along the ropes from wider third man to a fine third man and getting his left hand to it and saving, in the end, saving 3 really. That's possibly a good sign for Leicestershire that Hanscom sort of played the swing as well as he did there, and brings up the Leicestershire 50 with that single. They won't relax though. Leicestershire supporters, by any stretch of the imagination, an awful lot still to do. Cox on strike as Shaw in bowls to him. Again, a little bit of shape to do to the delivery, but Cox plays it solidly enough away off the off stump, out into the offside, and there's no run. It was his birthday yesterday, Pete.
I was just going to mention that. 34 years and 1 day today.
And I saw him and I didn't realise, and I should have, I shall apologise the next time I see him. It was his birthday. Well, it would be a belated present if he were to take Leicestershire across the line. In goes Shaw and bowls very full, goes for the big drive. No, there's a big appeal. Ooh, careful here, Gloss. They are showing something akin to dissent there. Lots of hands on heads in disbelief. Bracey can't believe it. Whether it he hit the ground. Shaw didn't even turn until late for the appeal. Ooh, we've got to be a bit careful there, gentlemen.
Presumably there was some sort of noise somewhere. That's often what causes these things.
The bat certainly hit the ground. It's whether the ball clipped the bat on the way up. But I suspect Mr. Bancroft might be called in for a word afterwards. As in goes Shaw and bowls again to Cox, who's steering that one very fine down to third man. But again, good work by Actor, running to his left, 2 hands to it this time. Saves 3, Cox takes the single.
Yeah, Actor can say he's saved 6 in this over.
Yes.
Yeah, mentioned that it was Pete Hanscom's birthday yesterday, and as I thought, Oliver Benjamin Cox is just over a year younger, 33 years of age. So both full of experience.
Yeah, played a lot of cricket. In fact, this is Peter's 193rd first class game, as Cox watches as he bowls full Shaw outside off stump and looking to drive, doesn't put his weight into the shot. Hanscom finds the fielder. End of the over. Shaw convinced he should have had 2 for, stalks past umpire Pollard, who takes his pen out and makes a note of something, and he looks back at the Yorkshireman. Yes, I suspect somebody might be on the naughty step at the end of the game, win or lose. 51 for 5, Leicestershire, 92 more needed. 5 more wickets by Gloucestershire.
And Actor will continue from the Ashley Down end. bowling to Ben Cox, who defends, but set off for a run rather disconcertingly, given the ball had just dropped down in front of him. Possibly wasn't sure where it had gone. Yeah, he's just rubbing that area of the injury.
He was down for a fair old time when he was hit there.
Bouncer. No need for Cox to engage with it. He doesn't. Be horribly painful injuries in that area,
ribs.
the rib area. So 2 slips in. Price and Bancroft alongside Bracey. Firm drive, wants a single, will get it.
Could
And
get
in
another
fact,
one.
because it wasn't backed up, they pick up an overthrow. Shy at the stumps, and Cameron Green had to clean up on the other side of the outfield.
Yes, Singdale was the fielder, and he apologises. There was no real chance for Van Buren to get across and cover there. It was a bit wide as well, the throw.
There'll be a single here, though, this time. Don't think there'll be another overthrow. Or chalk. Don't know why. That's one of the mysteries. I don't know why overthrows are sometimes called chalks.
I haven't heard that. Buzzers, I've certainly heard, but I haven't heard chalks. It's not an expression familiar to me.
I don't think I can do buzzers either. Maybe they buzz past your ear on their way to becoming overthrows. Here's Actor again. Rather cut in half, Ben Cox, by that one. Ball flying into the gully. I think that hurt too.
Yeah, Hanscom is just rubbing his top of his, not quite the top of his thigh, but padding or not, that will have, as you say, stung.
Yeah.
They must be black and blue, the batters at the end of a season, really, however much padding they've had on.
Apologies for giving Ben Cox an injury more than he actually had.
Outside off stump and left by Hanscom.
Yeah, so they're both walking around a little bit gingerly, the two batters at the moment. But they're still there, which is extremely important to Leicestershire's hopes. Helicopter flying over us at the moment. Not sure whether that's Avon and Somerset Police or possibly the Great Western Air Ambulance. Left alone by Hanscom to conclude the over. So all the fives up on the top of the scoreboard at the moment, 55 for 5. With Hanscom on 9, Cox on 6.
Runs to win 88. That still sounds a lot, doesn't it? When it goes below 50, then you start thinking they're getting quite close here. Plenty of people on the balconies of the flats around, watching with a huge amount of interest. It is tense out there, understandably so. Josh Short turns, runs away from us, bowls to Ben Cox outside off stump, driven by Cox, should pick up a run. We'll have to hurry because it was misfielded by Charlesworth at extra cover, but he knocked it towards mid-on. Van Buren quickly onto it, away to his, in fact it's not Van Buren, who is that at mid-on? Is that the 12th man? I'm not quite sure.
I think it is.
He ran across, picked up and hurled at the stumps. Tommy Boorman. Thank you for that. a name with which I'm not familiar. In goes Shaw and bowls. Hanscom on the back foot defends it out towards point. Hammond fields, and there is no run. He'll be nervous because, you know, a catch or a run out and could have a huge impact on the game. You're not just there to stop runs. Potentially, you've got a role to play. Can you change the game? Make a contribution. Make an impact. People will remember your name then. Shaw into Hanscom, outside off stump. He likes it there, dabs it away, but doesn't quite time it. He was looking to just dab it through gully down towards third man. He hit it down into the ground, came off the bottom part of the bat. So Bancroft able to move to his right to make the stop. No run. A solitary goal wheels overhead. Don't really get the sort of number of goals you might expect necessarily at the ground. Pitch-ins occasionally, but I always thought that there would be a few more goals around the ground. In goes Shaw and bowls. Nice shape to the delivery. Again playing very late. Hanscom deep in his crease to the fullish ball. Nice shape to it, dabbing it out into the offside again. There is no run. Hanscom has gone past 30 balls. And in Australia, there is a Hanscom 30 ball rule, which means that if he gets past 30 balls, he usually gets runs. Leicestershire will be hoping and praying that that rule proves correct today. In goes Shaw, bowls to him, it's down the leg side, it's full, and Hanscom is trying to whip it away through mid-wicket, doesn't get anything on it, thumps into the pad very low. There is an appeal from Shaw, but I think he knew it would be turned down. It was going down leg. Every run at the moment having to be earned by these Leicestershire Bears. They are being given nothing in terms of loose deliveries by the Gloucestershire seam attack. Shaw charges in and bowls outside off stump, and he's dabbing that down towards backward point. Good work by Hammond. Is on the ground, of course he's on the ground. Runs away to his left and sort of throws sideways arm, sidearm, doesn't hit the stumps, and grovels around on the Bristol turf, which knows him so well. Picks himself up, and the single is taken. Hanscom into double figures on to 10. 57 for 5. Leicestershire, end of Shaw's third over, 1 for 5. For him, 86 now needed by Leicestershire. 5 more wickets by Gloucestershire. Where's your money? Stephen, what do you reckon? If you had to.
It's finely balanced, Richard.
You'd split it between the two, would you?
I think I would at the moment. As Actor is in, that's defended by Hanscom. They're bowling really well, Gloucestershire. They're keeping it tight in the same way that Leicestershire did this morning. I felt that the Holland wicket was a big one, the last one. Before that, I think I'd have had it tilted towards Leicestershire.
13 wickets have fallen today.
Actor, arms pumping. Oh, that was uncomfortable for Hanscom. Inside edge, I fancy. Bracey does well to cover to prevent a single.
Bounce and cut back in.
I don't think I'm putting my money on anyone at the moment. It just feels like it's on a knife edge.
I was down in Cardiff for the first game of the season, and of course the Grand National was run on the Saturday, the second day of the season.
Here is Actor. Firm defence. Back to him.
Little bit squared up, but he kept it out. And I expected my colleague Sunday morning, Nick, to come bouncing in. So how much did you have on him then? On what? Well, the horse that won the Grand National, if you have one better year, it's on the Grand National. You pick a horse with your you know, with the name means something.
This from Actor's driven nicely, but only as far as Van Buren at cover.
And when a horse with Nick in its name wins at 40-odd to 1 or whatever it won, I expected him to be quits in.
With bulging pockets.
No, he hadn't had the bet. Chapel, you see. No, I don't know if he was. If he is, I don't think he is. Sounded like Eddie Bevan there. I think Eddie's Chapel.
There's going to be a single here down to deep backward square. They know there isn't any more, just amble through it really. So Cox is back on strike.
Nick Webb I'm talking about from BBC Wales, of course. I should have added a surname there.
Taken for another single, this time by Ben Cox. Just keeping it ticking. These two just edging Leicestershire closer.
Yeah, but edging is the word, isn't it? It's takes a lot out of us up here. Goodness knows what it does to the players. When he's a state of nervous exhaustion at the end of days like this.
Yeah, and also it's the teammates, the Leicestershire teammates who aren't batting. Can't be easy for them watching.
Yes, as I say, I was going to ask Rishi if he'd come up and share some commentary with us, but none of them would move at the moment, I don't think. They wouldn't be allowed to. Shaw to continue. Excellent spell so far. From the pavilion end, comes in and bowls to Cox, who just calmly leans forward. It's a foolish delivery, and he might have been tempted to have a drive at it. He just leant into the defensive push. Out to Charlesworth it goes in the covers, and there is no run.
Yes, it doesn't help when you've got a duck, you don't feel necessarily quite as conversational.
No.
You won't be asking Rehan Ahmed to take us through his innings.
No. Wouldn't take long, would it? It wouldn't. Bless him. In goes Shaw. Bowls. Oh, lovely delivery. Foolish and a little bit of bounce, a little bit of outswing, and Cox on the back foot. Not sure he should be. Should have been on that occasion, but they're trying to play as late as possible, and it just swung past his outside edge.
Very similar to the delivery that took the wicket.
Yeah, it wasn't quite as full as I thought, actually, so he was probably right to be on the back foot, but could so easily have nicked off. Didn't. Mike, this is going to go into the final session, possibly, isn't it? The run rate being what it is, but looking that way at the moment. Shaw in, bowls down the leg side, and Cox with something of a flourish whips him away down towards deep backward square, even 4-4. It's greeted with absolute silence by the county ground, bar one or two gentle claps from the Leicestershire supporters who are down here. Cox into double figures onto 12, 63-4-5, but a little bit of a releaser there, if you like, pressure and tension, and Shaw cross with himself, just drifted onto the legs of Ben Cox. In he goes, bowls to Cox again, fuller and straighter, and Cox leans forward, defends solidly, down to mid-on that occasion. 80 to win, 63-5 the score.
Four of the batters have got into double figures, but none of them's gone on.
No.
Significantly.
They need this pair to get them very close. In goes Shaw, bowled, little bit short, cut, but can't get it past Hammond. It was a chance there for Cox. Didn't try and overhit it, tried to steer it in front of point, but Hammond down there communing with the turf, staying down there. Does love it. saves the 4. Short is in and bowls a little bit short and onto the legs, clipped away off his hip down towards long leg, but more or less straight to Singdale, so it'll be just a single on that occasion for Ben Cox, who keeps the strike. He moves on to 13, 64 for 5, 79 to win, or 5 wickets, depending on which side you are supporting. Which side you are supporting.
That stop from Hammond was important with the boundary already off the over. A brace would really have eased the pressure.
So Actor's bowled his 4 overs for 16, Shaw his 4 overs for 10, but he's picked up a wicket as well and will, I'm sure, be forever convinced it should be 2. Hanscom towels his, well, trying to think of a nicer word than balding, but I'm afraid it's not.
Receding?
It's receded a long way. It's he's cut it pretty short as well, but it's just factual and it's just a description, really. It is not meant to be in any way insulting or
certainly isn't an indictment of his batsmanship.
He holds his hands up to the Gloucestershire fielders, having held up play rather by getting a towel down and a fresh pair of gloves.
Anyway, Actor's ready to go now. To Cox, who thought about a single as a shy at the stumps. In fact, Hanscom was back safely, I think, and the pace was taken out of the shy, as it were, sensibly.
Well, Cox did Hanscom no favours there, and he apologises.
Was just defended, really. Half defence, half drive, but no particular timing. Goes down as a dot ball. Actor's into his 5th over now. Saw 7 each from Dom Goodman and Ajit Singh Dale. Oh, a bit cramped for room, looking for the cut shot.
Over the top of the bat, could easily have flicked the top edge into the gloves of Bracey. How close to him was it? It was kind of there to be cut away, but it did shape back in a little bit. Cox gets away with it.
Settles as Actor comes in. There's going to be a single down to long leg here. Dom Goodman is in position there, just below us.
Yeah, that was a poor ball from Actor. Very full and on the legs, and Cox will probably feel he missed out a little bit. He's bouncing around Goodman. He's not far away from coming back on, you wouldn't have thought.
I think that's right.
Stretches away.
Defended by Hanscom and will get a run, despite Actor's attempt at a different ball game, played with the feet.
Yeah, he ran on and kicked the ball onto the stumps, but it was an angry kick, wasn't it? He knew that
He knew it was
Cox had made his
single
ground. Accurate though, fair play.
Yeah.
There's another FA Cup semi-final today, isn't there? No spoilers allowed.
Indeed. comfortably played into the infield gap, so an easy single which will enable Ben Cox to keep the strike.
Yeah, 5 overs, none for 19 for MATCHDAY. He hasn't bowled badly, he's kept it reasonably tight, but as to a certain extent with the Leicester attack, the difference between the sort of first string and the second string is marked. Goodman bowling out of his skin in this game, and has been rewarded accordingly with 9 wickets so far, and Shaw is backing him up pretty well at the moment. And he's going to continue from the Bristol Pavilion end, bowling to Ben Cox on 15. Shaw bowls. Cox gets a delivery on his legs that he wristily works away down towards wide long leg, where Ajit Singh Dale is the fielder, and 1 run is taken. Goodman immediately collapses on his back and does some spectacularly choreographed stretching involving it's like a chorus line out there. He's sort of lying on his back, kicking his legs up into the air. Folly Bergère has nothing on the seat unique at the moment. Shaw, elbows jutting, runs away from us and bowls a beauty that beats Hanscom as he... Everything sort of looked correct for Hanscom there. The ball was just too good for him, really. Just swung past his outside edge into the gloves of Bracey. Hanscom remains on 12. Cox on 16. 68 for 5. They are inching towards halfway, Leicestershire here. But they have lost 5 frontline wickets. Shaw in bowls, and that is enough on leg side-ish, although it's a nice shape to the ball for Hanscom to clip it away through the vacant square leg area out towards green in front of the electronic scoreboard over there. The mound stand, probably 40 people, maybe. No, actually, maybe just looking way to our right, a few more than that. Maybe 100. Didn't see them all behind the pillar there. .69 for 5. Shaw in 2. Cox outside off stump. Tempter, and Cox lifted his bat, but it remained lifted. He didn't bring it through the line of the ball, let it go through to Bracey. Goodman too, sort of similar sunglasses to Cox, so I'm guessing the Gloucestershire sponsor, not quite as producer of quite such flamboyant sunglasses as some of the others around the counties this summer. Cox bangs his bat into his guard as Shaw is in to him outside off stump, steered towards point. Goodman's hands started to go into the air. He was reaching for it a touch, but he got on top of the bounce, steered it along the ground to Hammond at point. No run. Shaw coming to the end of his 5th over, 1 for 12 for him.
Yeah, looking at other bowlers who were tried in the first innings, Charlesworth, Van Buren and Price, and whether we'll see any of them.
Picked up a wicket, didn't he, Ben? Did he pick up 2, Charlesworth? I can't quite remember. Certainly 1.
1 for 22.
In goes Shaw, bowls down the leg side, that's 4. Clipped away by Cox, nicely taken off leg stump, down to fine leg, no chance at all for Singh Dale. Shaw looks down at the pitch in dismay. So Cox on 220, 73 for 5. Leicestershire have crept over halfway. Yeah, 70 to win.
These two are tilting the balance towards them. I said there was nothing in it.
Partnership 31 now.
I think the money's probably on Leicestershire at the moment, but
now
very,
it's
very
coming
tight.
out of Stephen's pocket. Now it's coming out. You'll be asking for your bet back. You'll be cashing it all as soon as another wicket falls.
Yeah, well, that's the way, isn't it? Yeah.
Change my mind, bookie. Now then. Key spell?
Could be.
Key spell, you feel?
We saw him keeping loose, didn't we? Just down below us, Dom Goodman. And here he is with ball in hand. Oh, inside edge, and that could have gone anywhere. In the event, it brings him a single. Pete Hanscom down to fine leg.
Straight away, he's probably caused more problems than in that with that one ball than with respect to Zaman. He pretty much caused throughout his spell.
It's that extra pace. Nine wickets in the match, Dom Goodman. 4 in this innings. 4 for 17 at the moment. Bouncer, which Cox didn't have too much of a problem getting underneath.
A gif of Fozzie Bear and Kermit the Frog singing "Halfway There" arrives in my inbox. There'll be, I think, comments about the Muppets if they don't get all the way there, but it's good bowling as well.
Cox settles as Goodman runs in. Be a single here out to deep mid-wicket. Played comfortably enough. Cox on to 21. It's the freer scoring of the two. Hanscom more limpet-like. Ready to face Goodman. There's going to be a 4 here, down to fine leg. Frustration for Gloucestershire and for Goodman. Just given a little bit of room on his pads. Pete Hanscom. Just his second boundary. Boundaries are priceless for Leicestershire with this low target. Goodman again, and well taken by James Bracey standing up. He played at that, Hanscom. Beaten. Still plenty of tension in this game. As Goodman sets off. Oh, well stopped. Cameron Bancroft at second slip. Saving a single, certainly. There might have been more, depending on how fine that was headed. But good intervention by the Gloucestershire skipper to conclude the over.
And once again a double change, as Bancroft seems to sort of favour at the moment. So Shaw, having bowled 5 overs and taken 1 for 16, comes off, and the unlucky Singdale comes back on at the Bristol Pavilion. And how many overs until tea? 12 until tea, which will be a tense affair potentially. Singdale bowls a couple of looseners to Shaw. Shakes, gives his head a shake. Looks up to see Cox is ready to receive. The 2 slips to go down, hands on knees as Singdale runs in and bowls. Cox, lobs it back up. It stops on him, and it stops short of, or it lobs up short of Singdale. Sounded horribly tinny on the bat. Hit high, that little bit of extra bounce. Singdale a quicker bowler than Josh Shaw, and had his momentum taken him a step or two further, might just have dived forward and got his hands under that. Wasn't able to do so. Cox remains 21.
It didn't quite have the carry.
Singdale in, bowls outside off stump, steered away but straight to Charles within the covers, who might feel he missed out a bit there. Ben Cox, he hit it cleanly enough.
It was a sumptuous shot. It's as good as we've seen today.
Whistled across the lush square, uncut pitches on that side of the square, but more or less straight to Charlesworth, who made a pretty clean stop at extra cover. Daddy Longlegs floats across the window in front of us. Somebody behind Ajit Singdale up on the balcony below us has moved awkwardly, apparently.
Yeah, it's never good to see the bowler's expression when that happens, when they've almost completed their approach, put all the effort into it.
Trudges back to the top of his mark, turns, long strides, gets in and bowls outside off stump, and Cox pulls the bat back outside the line and lets it go through. Van Buren claps his hands at mid-on. Singdale 39 on his back, turns, runs in, bowls outside off stump, grunt of effort outside off stump. Wasn't a bad line, fairly close to off stump, but not quite close enough, and didn't do too much. Didn't do anything really, just went straight through to James Bracey, uninterrupted by any intervention from Ben Cox, who's doing a spot of gardening at the moment.
Yeah, we've seen quite a bit of batters gardening this wicket.
Singdale in, bowls outside off stump, cut away, and I think that's going to go for four. It is going to go for four. No chance for Goodman down at, I beg your pardon, for Akhtar down at third man to get across and cut it off. There was the width on offer there and was a little bit short, and Cox playing extremely competently at the moment, just got on top of the bounce and steered it away for four. He moves on to 25. Leicestershire on to 83 for 5, now need 60 to win. Singdale is in to finish his over. Bowls again, there's a little bit of width on offer. Cox pushes it wide of Hammond, who runs in front of Ben Charlesworth, reaches down with his right hand, can't pick up the ball cleanly. The single is taken. Cox played that over very well indeed. First four balls were dot balls, didn't have to play it, so left what he could, put away the looser ones and picked up a single off the last ball. He moves on to 26, 84 for 5, 59 needed to win. It's amazing how quickly, once you pass halfway, the balance sort of seems to shift, and suddenly it's just 59 to win. 84 for 5, Leicestershire. What's this partnership worth now? 42. They've doubled the score.
They have indeed.
He says, extremely proud of his maths.
No, he's looking pretty parlous at 42 for 5, but much better for Leicestershire now, much more as Goodman starts a new over. It's played firmly up to mid-off. I mentioned about getting on beyond just double figures. Ben Cox is the first Leicestershire batter to pass 20 in this innings, and he's looked pretty good in doing so. He's really played the striking role in this partnership. Won't be any more there as he clips it to mid-wicket. But he's no doubt settling some nerves in the Leicestershire changing room, Ben Cox, with this knock. Weren't sure whether he was going to come in place in the card given the injury, but he did, and it's paying dividends. Goodman to him again. He's going to get 4 more through extra cover. That's his 4th boundary, Ben Cox. Nicely timed and well placed. Captain has a quick word with him of encouragement, no doubt. How will Goodman respond? In again, and that's full. Driven only as far as Ollie Price at short mid-wicket.
Tea at the Oval, where Surrey need just 35 runs to beat Somerset. Somerset having been bowled out in their second innings for 119, so Surrey are going to win that one.
That'll be their first win of the season for Surrey in the Somerset second defeat. No stroke played to that delivery. Lifting outside the off stump.
In the second division, Derbyshire giving Middlesex a hard time at Derby. 472 in their first innings. Middlesex now 273 for 7. Still 199 short. Follow-on might come into the equation there.
Goodman then down the leg side and well taken by Bracey. End of the over in this second Dom Goodman spell. Hasn't yet been incisive in the way he was in his first.
What does Ben Cox want? He's signalling for something. I don't know quite what that signal means. Sweatband, something like that on his head. He's taken off his
helmet and gloves,
and he's mopping his brow. Out comes Alex Green with a towel and a drink. So maybe he just wants to mop out his. It's hot out there now. It's a lovely, lovely afternoon. He just wants to mop down and dry out his helmet. I suspect he's having a long chat to Pete Hanscom. And umpire Pollard's having a long chat to Graham Van Buren. Quite what that might be about, I don't know. I don't think there's anything.
I think it may be about the ball.
A lecture in it. He's sort of holding the ball between finger and thumb.
It was just a polite inquiry from Van Buren about the ball.
Yeah, something along those lines. You know, you're not going to get this changed, matey. It's. I suspect might have been the thrust of umpire Pollard's response, but always worth a polite inquiry. Singdale to continue to Hanscom on 18. Bowls, and Hanscom pushes just slightly wide off the stumps. The foolish delivery out towards Van Buren, who moves to his right to field, and there is no run. There's still 9.5 overs until tea. 55 needed to win all 5 wickets. We may or may not have tea.
Well, if they get close.
Well, exactly. They might. I don't know what it could be up to the umpires, couldn't it, if they just one needed. But I think they'd take tea under any circumstances. In goes Singdale, and bowls again foolish. Hanscom again slightly sort of squared up, rather shovels it away off the back foot out towards mid-off, and there's no run.
I wonder how early a sight the batter gets of Singdale's arm as it's about to come over and deliver.
It's slightly slingy, isn't it? So it does come from behind him, his action. In he goes, bowls, and flings himself off his feet, bangs it into the surface. It doesn't really get up, and Hanscom, trying to pull it, takes his bottom hand off the bat, doesn't get anything on it, and it sort of thumps into some part of his padding. Nothing too painful as far as he's concerned, but it all got a little bit messy out there one way or another.
Yes, discomfiture rather than pain. Oh,
rose up. It wasn't far from being extremely painful, but obviously wasn't too bad. Hanscom, with that odd little turn of the bat, waits as Singdale is in, bowls to him. He's not sure where that has gone, and it's come off a thick inside edge, and he's kicked onto the stumps by Singdale, showing similar footballing skills to those shown by Zaman Akhtar a few overs ago. Hanscom carries out the repairs.
Inside left, inside right.
Puts the bails back on. Umpire Longley, who's standing miles back at square leg, doesn't have to. I used to have to stand fairly close when I was, when you're doing it in club cricket and in square. I used to hate it. I think run-outs are so hard to judge if they're close.
Just a split second.
Singdale bowls outside off stump, driven, but a good diving stop by the tumbling Hammond at point, saves a couple of runs. Hanscom really struggling for his timing at the moment, but occupation is the key because Cox is playing very well. If Hanscom can just accompany him, they can get Leicestershire close, if not over the line. This could be a maiden from Singdale. 5 balls bowls. Here comes the 6th bowls, and Hanscom just isn't, because there's just enough width for Hanscom to stand up and dab it. One of his favourite shots down through the vacant gully. Take one and keep the strike. He moves on to 19, 89 for 5, 54 for Leicestershire to win. 47 the stance now for the partnership for the 6th wicket. Cox and Hanscom have a briefish conversation in mid-pitch. 9 overs until tea.
The first of which will be bowled by Don Goodman from the Ashley Down end. In and tucked away down to third man. He played that well. Strong in that area, Hanscom. Good nudger. Comfortable single. Cox back on strike.
Goodman wants Price back in the slips, but I don't think his skipper's completely he is, yeah, he's gone back in at first slip. Bancroft didn't look too enthusiastic. Missed out there.
Yeah, he did. He was given some room there on the offside. They're looking for the cover-driven boundary. I couldn't get past Cameron Green.
In fairness, he's a fairly large obstacle, isn't he? But a yard or two either side, and that would have raced away. He got plenty of it there, Ben Cox. Really missed out.
And again, Goodman, and to mid-wicket this time. And again, finding a fielder. Yeah, Cameron Green and the bowler would be the two most substantial.
Certainly the tallest. Green is 6'7", and Goodman 6-5. But as Ed has remarked, they are, with the exception of Van Buren, a tall side, Gloucestershire.
Yeah, cut away down to the third man boundary. Shot by Ben Cox.
50 partnership.
And it's Cox's 5th boundary as well. He's taking this match away from Gloucestershire at the moment.
Off 81 balls, Hanscom 15, Cox 34.
It's just dipped down below 50, the runs required figure.
Yeah, he got away with the first, but not that one, Dom Goodman.
Not taken cleanly by Bracey. He's got his work cut out, standing up to a bowler of Goodman's type.
It's miraculous you get any hands on it at all you feel.
I'd struggle, I can tell you.
Yeah. Yes, if I was first slip, I'd be slightly concerned. Sends square leg. He sends sweepers back, both sides.
And again, Goodman, and that's left by Cox, and it's the end of the over.
Beautiful take again by Bracey. But Goodman walking away with his head down. The energy isn't quite there yet that there was in his first spell. 3 overs now in this spell, 10 overs, 4 for 31. I mean, he's had a sensational game and may yet have another huge influence. But Gloucestershire know that they need a breakthrough. Charlesworth's beginning to swing his arms a little bit, and he's got something of a golden arm in a way. Ben Charles has the sort of knack of picking up wickets, and it looks like he is going to get a bowl. Not straight away, but it may be at that Ashley Down Road end of the ground next up. In the meantime, Ajit Singh Dale is going to continue from the Bristol Pavilion end, bowling to Leicestershire skipper Peter Hanscom. Bowls, and Hanscom defends, straight full-ish delivery, leans forward, blocks it out to Charlesworth in the covers, and there is no run. He's got a shortish mid-wicket in at the moment, Bancroft, as Charlesworth continues to do some exercises, some just warming up the core there at extra cover, but it's not always a great sign when the fields get a little bit funky in terms of the fielding side. It usually means that they need something to happen, and searching for it a bit. 49 to win as Ajit Singh Dale is in. Short, pulled out towards deep backward square. Green puts in the dive and can't stop it. Giant notwithstanding. Put in the dive as he chased down the ropes towards the flats, and I think he got a hand to it, but couldn't stop it. And Hanscom picks up 4. He moves on to 24. Leicestershire 98 for 5. 45 to win.
Yeah, it would have been a magnificent stop if he got there. Well, he did get there, really, but he couldn't. He didn't have the control because the ball was travelling so rapidly.
Singhdale in again to Hanscom, little bit short. He gets up on his toes and guides it down towards the gully, but he hit it too hard down into the ground, which meant that Bancroft could sort of scramble across to his right from... He's more or less fielding at second slip, really, Bancroft, rather than first. And they get across towards about 4th or 5th slip and make the stop. Charlesworth continues to warm up in the covers. We can be assured that he is going to have a bowl fairly shortly at one end or t'other. The statement of the bleeding obvious. One end or the other. It goes at Singhdale and bowls, and he's driven thickish outside edge. Good go for 4. No, third man scrambles across and makes the stop, and keeps Hanscom 2-2. What's umpire Pollard got his arm out for? Don't know. No signal goes to the scorers. Singdale looks at a little down. He's not going to bowl from sideways on, is he? Singdale. A little down as he walks back towards his mark. None for 32 for him. Brings up the Leicestershire 100. Peter Hanscom turns his bat sideways on, then gets it in position as Singdale is in bowls to him. Again, he was just waiting for it outside off stump, trying to guide it away. Didn't time it, hit the bottom part of the bat, bounced down, and Bancroft again could field comfortably. 43 to win for the Foxes.
You remember the famous John Snagg boat race?
The drunken comment?
No. No, he was perfectly sober as far as I
was he?
am aware, but he did say, I can't quite tell his in front, it's either Oxford or Cambridge.
Yeah. I know, it was a captain somebody on the BBC early on, wasn't it?
Tommy Woodruff.
Tommy Woodruff, that was it.
The fleet's lit up.
In goes Singdale and bowled in! It's gone through Hanscom. Oh, could be huge. He was on the back foot as he's been throughout. Whether it stayed a bit low and took the bottom edge, well, that could be huge. Hanscom was steering with Cox, steering Leicestershire apparently towards victory, but suddenly the game back in the balance. Hanscom goes, bowled for 26, and Singdale, well, I'm saying he looked a little bit dejected, but he could have had a huge influence on the game there. Where's your money now? Leicestershire, just 4 wickets left, 100 for 6.
Well, the needle, which was leaning very definitely towards Leicestershire, has now gone back to something like true.
Stayed a bit low. Hit the bottom of off. Well, not the bottom.
Big wicket.
Not the bottom, but halfway up.
But there's another big wicket that's still out there in the form of Ben Cox, who's batting fluently.
Partnership worth 58 for the 6th wicket.
And Logan Van Beek, listed to come in at number 8, does exactly that. Well, 43 needed, or 4 wickets.
What was that you were saying? You were watching at Clifton this morning, or you heard the sounds from Clifton this morning, where a famous poem was set about 10 to win and last man in.
Indeed. Yeah, it was actually, it was yesterday afternoon actually. But
yesterday, I beg your pardon.
But it was a very attractive sight. Cricket match being played. I think it was Clifton, well, it would have been Clifton at home to Malvern. And on a sunny day with surrounding trees and Victorian architecture, looked very good indeed. Here is Goodman. And this is played into cover. There's going to be a single. He wants a second. He's going to get one for an overthrow.
It was worth it, wasn't it? Not worth it. It was worth having a shy. Hammond threw, missed the stumps, and Bracey hadn't been able to get there. Ajit Singdale backed up, but couldn't prevent the single being taken.
He did well to get to it, Singdale, actually. He had a bit of chasing to do to draw level, but second overthrow of the day.
And what will annoy Goodman is that it keeps Cox on strike rather than the new man.
Bouncer negotiated with some comfort by Ben Cox, who won't be in complete comfort given that side injury he suffered. Just robbing the place again at the moment. But he's batted really well here. 36 not out. Firmly defended. 5 boundaries, and he's kept Leicestershire very much in the hunt. 42 for 5 when he came in. It's now 102 for 6. Here comes Goodman. Down the leg side and not getting involved with it. Ben Cox. Just wonder whether we were watching Ben Charlesworth loosening up. Wonder whether Goodman's been given an extra over on account of the wicket. Just possibly. Firm defence again.
Yeah, he wants to be bowling at the new man, doesn't he?
Mm. Expensive overthrow. Potentially. Singdale, having taken the wicket, will presumably get another over or two.
He bowled Van Beek in the first innings for 5 with an absolute peach of a delivery, as I recall. Dom Goodman. Oof.
Well taken. Diving stop from Bracey to conclude the over. So the new man will have to take strike now, and it looks as though Singdale is going to continue, is he?
A bit harsh to take him off after
After the wicket.
having taken a wicket and having got one to keep low as well a little bit on Hanscom, so he is going to get at least one more over. Umpires are chatting away. I suspect about the proximity of tea, which is still 6 overs away. I wouldn't worry about it until we're rather nearer the event, but they have had a chat. It might be about what cakes would be available. Victoria Sponge. One of the nice things about Grace Road is the Friends of Grace Road who bake cakes and sell them to raise funds for the club. In goes Singdale and bowls to Van Beek outside of stump. Van Beek ignores the ball. They used to produce, as well as the usual array of, chocolate and coffee and walnut and Victoria Sponge, but they used to produce, they had a couple of seasons, they produced a specific cake for the visiting county, so it was supposed to be delicacy from that particular county, so to speak. And I'm just trying to remember what they used to do when Gloucestershire came calling. I did make a note of them all at one stage. In goes Singdale and bowls. Ooh, thick inside edge for Van Beek as he was staying on the back foot, and in from square leg or mid-wicket came Green, threw the ball at the stumps at the non-striker's end. Cox had turned his back on it, and the ball went into the back of his legs. Green did apologise, or at least raised a giant paw to Cox. I've still got those cakes on my... I'd have to look back through all my photos and what have you. In goes Singdale and bowls. Driving is Van Beek a little loosely, but he's on top of the bounce, steering it out towards wide. Third man should be a second, and is, although Bracey takes off the stumps after a good throw from Akhtar from down there, but it's a long goal, the boundary.
Yeah,
and
safety
Van Beek
first.
made his ground. Sorry.
Safety first from Bracey.
Oh, yeah.
Watching the ball rather than the batter is, as he was quite right to do, just in case, but he was comfortably home.
Less than 40. 39 now needed to win for Leicestershire. 4 wickets for Gloucestershire. Which way is it going to go? In goes Singdale and bowls. Ooh, a good leave by Van Beek, and Singdale is down on his haunches with his hands on his head in disbelief that didn't clip the top of off, but it didn't. Just. How close was it? Ew, pretty darn close. Nipped back. Singdale, oh, how close was that? Very.
And Van Beek will tell you it was impeccable judgment.
Which it was. It missed, didn't it, he'll say? And it undoubtedly did. In goes Singdale, bowls and bounces up, and Van Beek pulls his bottom hand off the bat as it rises up towards his bat handle, skews off towards mid-wicket. Green comes into field and Again, the game has just tilted a little bit. Suddenly there's more energy in Singdale's bowling. He was looking a little bit dejected, a little bit flat. He was coming to the end of his spell. He hadn't taken a wicket, but one stays low, gets the Leicestershire captain, and suddenly the energy is back in the Singdale legs in action. Leans forward, runs in, past umpire Pollard, and bowls past the outside edge. It goes. A beauty, as Stevens says. End of the over, a good one up. Arguably his best, actually. Wicket taking over previously, notwithstanding. Leicestershire 104 for 6. They need another 39 to win 5 overs until tea.
Yes, that was painful on Van Beek's hand, the penultimate ball of that over. I can remember receiving one or two which hit the bat handle, and it can be really painful. And he was wringing the hand a little while afterwards. He's deserves another over, I think. Singdale.
Well, Goodman's been taken off. Zaman Akhtar has been called back into the attack. None for 19 at the moment for Zaman. He will be desperate to contribute here.
He's going to be bowling to Ben Cox. Tickled down to third man for a single. Yeah, Gloucestershire won't mind that.
No.
I think they'd rather have Van Beek on strike.
Just hasn't quite got his lengths right. He's been a little bit short in this game, Zaman Akhtar, and he was again there. And the batter's a little bit more comfortable, that little bit more time to play the ball. He rode it nicely. Ben Cox.
This is a swing and a miss. Didn't look too good, that. Looks great of it. Careers away to the cover boundary. But not that time.
Yes, rather threw the hands at it, Logan Van Beek. Very good start to his Leicestershire career, with both bat and ball, in fairness. Can he steer the Foxes across the line?
In again, Akhtar, and another swing and a miss. It's possibly a sign that this is a strategy.
Yeah, banging it in, and he got good bounce there.
But 2 in a row. Ben Cox may have just had a word or two coming down the wicket from the non-striker's end.
A little bit wild from Van Beek, isn't it? But if he can get a couple away, they're probably thinking he can get us really close.
Bare single here. Pushed out to the square leg. So Ben Cox back on strike. Akhtar in again.
Oh.
Another single. Not quite where he intended. Some inside edge on it.
It was well pitched up and almost sneaked through. Thick inside edge, as you say.
36 more needed. 4 overs till tea. I imagine we'll end up taking tea at the usual time.
Yes.
With
with 32 to go. So it'll be a nervous meal for some.
both sides, one feels. He's just not making any contact, is he? Apart from that single, I think, was it 3 air shots from Van Beek, but he's still there.
Foxy Phil, I don't think trying to win it quick is the way. No one has scored quick all the game. You're right, they haven't.
Yeah, we had that brief flurry, didn't we, earlier today from Salmon Akhtar,
Oh,
but
well,
he didn't
yeah.
last very long.
No, I was thinking, what was that, Mum? I missed that.
Yeah, he just made 16. A couple of boundaries.
Connected with a couple, didn't he?
Yeah.
But
it
backing
doesn't-
away
it never
and stepping
feels like
across,
it's gonna
but no,
last, does it,
no,
that?
you're right. You're right.
Singdale is going to get another over. Merited.
Indeed, and he's got a short mid-wicket. Price, in he goes and bowls, and Cox has a little fiddle for it. Suddenly he's playing loosely as well, possibly infected by Van Beek. I know that sounds ridiculous, but when he had Hanscom at the other end and they were both manoeuvring it around and playing really calmly and, you know, raising a partnership of 50 for the 6th wicket, that Hanscom goes, Van Beek comes in and starts flailing around, and suddenly Cox is beginning to look a little bit loose as well. He's on 38 at the moment. Needs to just keep playing the same way as he was when Hanscom was at the crease. Singdale is in, bowls to him, and he's working that one off his hip down towards fine leg and taking one Goodman down there. Cox on to 39, 108 for 6:35 to win. Leicestershire cannot do things easily. One day there'll be a sort of 8 or 9 wicket win or something like that. I don't know when. Singdale in and bowls. Van Beek is beaten by a good one, a grunt of effort. May just have dropped the hands a little bit actually. It was slightly short of a length. It was straight-ish and went past the outside edge of Van Beek's bat, but it, as I say, may just have held it inside the line. Price is loving it though. He's clapping away at first slip. Sense an extraordinary win here. The home side. It would be an extraordinary win as well. Singdale bowls, fullish, and he's going to get driven away for 4 there, and it is driven away for 4. The chase from Charlesworth is in vain. It always looked like it was going to be. Van Beek and Cox just touch gloves. That was the one Van Beek was waiting for, really. Fullish outside off stump and was able to get a good bat on it. And immediately, Bancroft tells Charlesworth to stay on the boundary. Well, it could be just because it's 2 balls, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2 balls to go in the over. Deep backward square has been posted as well. 31 to win. Singdale in. Van Beek gets a short-ish ball. He rides it nicely and plays it down to third man and takes the single. Moves on to 8. 113 for 6:30 to win. My lips are dry from... It's ridiculous, isn't it? Ridiculous. How many games go by? This is what sport does. Singdale in. Cox gets a fullish delivery. It's there to drive. He doesn't time it though. He'll feel he missed out a bit there. Singdale has his hands on his hips. Disappointment with himself, really steered out towards Josh Shaw. Shaw has a word with umpire Pollard. They're asking permission to go off. I'm not sure. He's heading down towards the third man boundary. I think it's just his fielding position down there. So, oh, he's gesturing to the 12th man.
Early tea?
He wants to go off. No, he wants a word with one of the backroom staff. About what? Who knows? Only they can tell. 113 for 6:30 to win.
Here is Akhtar to Van Beek, who wants a single, will get one. Van Buren coming in from extra cover to field. Edging closer, Leicestershire. Below 30 now. Still 4 wickets needed by Gloucestershire as we inch towards the tea interval. A tense tea interval it will be. Sectors in, another single here for Cox. Charlesworth is sweeping at deep mid-wicket.
Nicely played, wasn't it? Clipped off the Midland leg area.
Still encouraging noises emanating from the fielders as Actor comes in again. Be more runs here, another single at least. Shaw does well.
Great work.
Third man. They do have the chance to come back for 2, but that was an excellent effort.
He sort of picked it up in mid sort of dive save as well, then he picked it up cleanly too, but just had so much ground to make up for it that the 2 could be taken, but Shaw backing up his fellow bowlers.
Van Beek just pausing for a moment before settling. Actor into him again, and he plays that pretty well. Got maybe a tad bigger on him than he expected. Played it down in front of him. Lots of people as the sun comes round to shine on those apartment balconies, enjoying both the sun and the scene. Well played, Yorker. Dug out by Van Beek.
Hands on heads in the slip. They all thought it had snuck through. It was sharp, wasn't it, as well? Just had a notification that a new episode of Drama is available. Well, we're watching a dramatic episode at the moment, aren't we?
Actor then tries again and can't get through. Pushed back to him. Varying body languages on the balconies. A lot of people look pretty engaged, actually. But 1 or 2, there are signs that they may have nodded off, which I can't really believe.
No,
if they bought the flats to watch the cricket, and you're not watching now,
you're not going to get much more absorbing cricket than this. It's not big hits or stumps being shattered or what have you, like you get sometimes in the T20, but goodness me, after 3 tough days of cricket, it's coming to a conclusion, and it's still either side's game. Singdale to continue from the Bristol Pavilion end into Ben Cox. He too looking for the Yorker, got it slightly wrong on towards leg stump and clipped away by Cox calmly out towards green at deep backward square on the boundary, and the single is taken. 118 for 625 to win all 4 wickets. Plenty of people standing by their cars or sitting in chairs that they brought on that side of the ground. As Singdale in again to Van Beek, bowled him, gone through him, another wicket, and suddenly Gloucestershire back in at 50-50 again. Each time you think Leicestershire are creeping towards the line and are becoming favourites to win the game, another wicket falls. That may have stayed a bit low. What was he doing on the back foot? Cut back, did stay a little bit low, and hit leg stump. Van Beek goes for 11. The partnership was worth 18, but it's not enough as far as the Foxes are concerned. 25 to win or 3 wickets now.
bit too full to be played from the crease, I suspect. Ben Cox, well, I feel that he still holds the key. He's still there for Leicestershire. He's batting well. He's on 41 not out. Can numbers 9, 10 and potentially Jack stay with him to see this thing through.
The new batter for Leicestershire, number 6, Ben Green.
Could be an absolute, well, it already is a cliffhanger, really, isn't it? It's
Yes.
How many wickets now today? 15 wickets today.
Ridiculous, really. For less than 200 runs.
And
Cox and Green touch gloves. Green is a pretty solid bat, and
he's a pretty handy guy to have coming into this situation. I would
tolerably
suggest.
unflappable customer, but so one or two have just kept a little bit low from Singdale in particular, and I'm pretty sure he was one delivery really away from coming off. Charlesworth had done all his sort of warming up, and suddenly he's in the game. 2 for 41 for him. 118 for 7. The encouragement ramps up.
So
Green shuffles into position, raises his bat. Singdale is in, bowls to him. He is solidly leaning forward into the defensive press, plays the ball out to mid-on, where Van Buren fields. My goodness me. Foxy Phil, they can't go for tea. I won't cope. I think there's probably a few like that.
yeah, you're not in a minority,
No.
mate.
Singdale is in and bowls. Green forward calmly. Plenty of bat on it. Bounces back down the pitch towards Ajit Singdale, who picks it up. Eventually throws it to Van Buren to polish. There's 3 overs after this until tea, so 2 balls and 3 overs. 25 to win or 3 wickets. Singdale turns, runs in and bowls, driven by Green, beautifully out towards deep extra cover. It will be just 2 though. The sweeper's going to get across and cut it off. Ben Charlesworth down there. Green takes his 2, 23 to win, 120 for 7.
Pleasant way to get off the mark.
Twiddles the bat in his hands. Ben Green, it looks quite small there. Tee still to be decided. Umpire, it's up to the umpires then. They will decide whether we're going to take tea. Even that isn't certain. In goes Singdale and bowls a little bit short. Green defends on the back foot and steers it out towards mid-wicket. Van Buren scampers after it to make sure that they don't turn 1 into 2. End of the over. They just take the single. Green keeps the strike. He moves on to 321 for 722 to win or 3 wickets. Now the umpire's talking again now. And Bancroft says, are we going to have tea? 3 wicket, 3 overs. Applause for Singdale. Rightly, he's picked up a couple of wickets and put the game in the balance again. Umpire Pollard's laying down the law to Cameron Bancroft. What's he saying? You may want your fondant fancies. Or you may not. They may want to keep going here. I don't know. Who would it suit either side to have a break?
I would have thought
I
it might.
think they'll finish this.
I'd have thought it might suit Gloucestershire better to have the break. Maybe take stock. Have a.
Is that 35 overs
conversation.
or 36 overs? 30 and 33. So
Yeah.
there's one over to go until tea, potentially.
In theory.
In theory.
But who knows? The umpires may have decided otherwise. Anyway, here is the start of that over. Outside the off stump and left alone by Green. It's still Zaman Akhtar from the Ashley Down end. 22 needed or 3 wickets.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure who it would suit, really, if either side.
Actor in again and through again. No intervention from the batter.
Is he bowling for tea, do you think?
It's green batting for tea.
Price is involved at slip. He walks forward, hands clapping above his head.
We want cake.
Comfort food. Might be the order of the day for both sides at the moment.
Third ball of the over then from Actor. And another cultivated leave. Got to be feeling the tension out there, all of them.
Oh, feeling it up here. You can sense it all around the ground.
Three dots thus far, but no contact with ball yet. And again.
Yeah, banged it in short, looped through the old tennis ball then, and it was a slower bouncer. Green wanders forward, taps at the pitch. Pads look small on him, big man, isn't he?
Yeah,
big chap.
Words exchanged with Ben Cox. No idea what they were. Now in the ether as Actor comes in. Bat on ball for the first time, but no run. Van Buren is at cover.
Just looking at my heart rate at the moment. on my watch. Higher than it would normally be when I've been sitting for a while. I suspect that applies to a lot of those sitting, watching and listening.
Yes, just as well my watch dates back to the 1960s. Here's Actor, and well played by Green, well defended. And the bails have come off, so it will be tea.
Oh.
You know the outcome of all those various conversations that were going on between the umpires and the Gloucestershire skipper and whoever else might have been involved. But what a time to come off.
Indeed, with Leicestershire needing 22 runs to win, Gloucestershire needing 3 wickets to win. Leicestershire taking tea on 121 for 7. Ben Green is 3 not out. Ben Cox, who may hold the key to the outcome of the game, is 41 not out. Well, it'll give a chance for the likes of Dom Goodman to have a little break as well, and Gloucestershire to decide what strategy they're going to employ. Leicestershire likewise. We will be back with you on BBC Radio's Leicester, Bristol and Gloucestershire, and of course on all the BBC Sport websites, the ECB websites as well, various websites, including of course YouTube as well, courtesy of the excellent Gloucestershire County Cricket Club stream for the conclusion of this game, which may come quickly in the overs after tea. Just for now, enjoy your cup of tea if you can, and we'll see you in about 15 minutes time.
What's happening elsewhere around the country. First news of Gloucestershire women up at Kettering against Northants women in the Metro Bank one-day cup. They're chasing 234 to win, and they're 145 for 6 at the moment. Melissa Story 38 not out. Elsewhere in the Championship, Notts are chasing 148 to beat Sussex. They are 26. They're not there. The screen's just updated. They have actually won that match by 9 wickets, 148 for 1. A successful chase by Notts to secure victory at Trent Bridge, and a result 2 at the over where Somerset have been bowled out for 119 in their second innings by Surrey, which left them just 36 to win. And they've knocked those off in 6 overs. They won by 8 wickets. So Surrey beating Somerset by 8 wickets and Notts beating Sussex by 9 wickets, both in the first division. In the second division, the other game is at Derby, where Middlesex are 294 for 8, still trailing Derbyshire by 178. A reminder, if you are a Gloucestershire member, that the AGM of the club is at 7 o'clock tomorrow evening here at the St Unique Stadium. You can attend in person or online. You need to let the county know that you wish to attend the meeting remotely, and a link will be sent out to members who wish to join by 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So that's the AGM, where you can attend in person tomorrow night here at the St Unique Stadium or online. That's at 7 o'clock Monday, the 28th of April.
Right, folks, here we go. Final session. We can definitely say will be the final session of this Rothesay County Championship Division 2 match between Gloucestershire and Leicestershire. Is about to start with Leicestershire needing just 22 runs to win and Gloucestershire needing just 3 wickets to win. The Foxes 121 for 7 in their second innings, needing 143 to record what would be their second victory of the season. The Gloucestershire players gathered in a huddle below us. Ben Cox and Ben Green, the two Bens heading out to the middle, the two not out. Leicestershire batsmen, the umpires Paul Pollard and Tom Lungley at the crease already. BBC Radio's Bristol and Gloucestershire and Leicester bringing you ball-by-ball commentary as the BBC does on all red ball cricket played even throughout the summer and most of the white ball cricket this season as well. Stephen Lamb and Richard Ray, your ball-by-ball commentators on the game. We have had a cup of tea and didn't taste it, basically, Stephen. Just went
no.
Wetted the lips, but refreshing it wasn't, because it is very, very tense here at the Seat Unique Stadium, Neville Road in Bristol. And those are the sounds of the Gloucestershire faithful encouraging Ajit Singh Dale, who's going to resume bowling for the Shire from the Bristol Pavilion end. He picked up the last 2 wickets to fall. Can he pick up another one? Turns, runs in and bowls to Ben Cox outside off stump. Cox calmly strokes the foolish delivery away through the gap in the covers out towards Ben Charlesworth, who's a sweeper on the offside. And Leicestershire need 21 to win. Cox, who has done an amazing job, bearing in mind he was hit just up sort of above the ribs yesterday and hurt, and he went to hospital for a CT scan, having bravely returned and made a half century. Well, he could do so again, and it would be hugely valuable.
You feel he holds the key?
He does. No. Ben Green on strike as Singdale is in, bowls to him, and he's not quite sure where that has gone. It's taken the shoulder of the bat and squirted on down towards the gully. A little bit of extra lift, but it is another single to the Leicestershire cause. 20 to win. Green on to 4, Cox on to 42. I was bombarded with messages during the tea interval, most of which were unrepeatable, from sweating Leicestershire supporters, clamped in various positions, not daring to move. Singdale in to Cox, bowls. Cox is forward, thick inside edge. Green is interested in the single. No, says Cox, sending him back, and rightly so. A run out, the last thing they need. Anti-clockwise walks Alfonso Thomas around the boundary. The Leicestershire head coach, more or less in front of the electronic scoreboard at the moment, glances at his watch. Time is not a factor.
No, it's going to be end well within this session.
The sun is out, the sky is blue, a few white clouds around, but the weather is not a factor either. Singdale is in, bowls to Cox, cut hard down into the ground, half stopped by Hammond. Bravely it runs down towards deepish extra cover. That was a good effort from Hammond, really, because he hit that very hard. Cox in, it's a single instead of what, well, would have been 4. So the runs ticking over in this over. 19 to win, 3 singles from the first 4 balls.
Yeah, the strike constantly passing from one Ben to another.
Green looks around him. Just bends at the knees slightly in his stance. Singdale is in, bowls to him. He's forward solidly on off stump, playing the ball out into the offside. Picked up at extra cover by Josh Shaw, who bowled quite a lot of, well, not looseners, he'll be loose, won't he, but a lot of practice balls during the interval. He and Zaman Akhtar were doing a lot of bowling during the interval, weren't they? But they've started off with, we suggested it would be a Goodman-Singdale combo, but it may or may not be Goodman, we'll see. Singdale to finish the over in, bowls. Green is forward, thick inside edge. He's going to pick up one, could be two. He's interested, but Goodman has quickly got to the ball, got his throw away, and he has to settle for one. 4 singles off the over means Leicestershire need 18 to win. 125 for 7, 5 to Green, 43 to Cox.
Yeah, it's a pretty composed start to the session as well from the two Bens. That'll give their teammates, their anxiously observing teammates, a little bit of ease of mind. It is going to be Josh, or is it? We've got both Josh Shaw and Dom Goodman. I think it is going to be Josh Shaw who bowls from the Ashley Down end.
Hello to Robert Coe, who's driving back and biting fingernails, driving back from St Albans, where his daughter's team won 3-0 at football today. Hopefully an omen for a county win too. Come on the Foxes, that's from Rob, Chimunya and Natasha.
So here is Josh Shaw from the Ashley Down end. Bowling to Ben Green, that's a good ball, Yorker, which Green deals with effectively. Digs it out. Got something of a swarm of flies around in front of us in the commentary box at the moment.
Happily on the other side of the window. Would be worried if they were inside. Given we're in a sealed unit.
Yeah, no plague amongst us. Hopefully.
No, the sun has brought them all out, hasn't it? Loads of flying. Well high up here, though.
Shaw's on his way in towards us. Green defends firmly. Out to Van Buren at extra cover. No run. Lots of braces in this game. 2 Bens out there at the moment. We've had 2 Joshes, 2 Camerons. We had Ben Green bowling to Cameron Green earlier.
With Alex Green, 12th man for Leicestershire. If a double is a brace, what's a triple? Is there another word for it?
I think there is.
Triple?
A triplet, possibly. No, that's babies. Shaw in, and that's clipped away to deep mid-wicket for 4. That's a good shot from Ben Green. Firmly struck. And just takes Leicestershire a big step closer to victory here.
Well, a boundary at this stage, and he really meant that, didn't he? Whipped it away. Is absolute gold as far as the Foxes are concerned.
Just 14 needed. Green settles. Shaw comes in. Oh, he fences at that one, and that could easily have been wicket number 8. Just after the excellent stroke. That didn't look so good.
Slid past his outside edge. A little bit of a flat-footed spar away outside off stump there.
He's naturally a hard-hitting batsman, Ben.
He is, you know, he tries to be positive. Works for the most part. Some of these flying things are huge. They're whizzing around in front of us.
Sure. In again to Green, who drives, won't get anything for it because it's gone straight to Van Buren. At, well, they call it extra cover or wide mid-off, somewhere in between. Sure, just looking to make that breakthrough, which will revive Gloucestershire hopes here after what's been an enthralling day's cricket, really.
Yeah, one side's going to go away from this game with 20 points and one with 4.
As Shaw runs in again. That's clipped to Shaw. Oh, that's really well stopped. Short mid-wicket. That saved 1, possibly 2. It's Ollie Price. Stretching out the left, I beg your pardon, the right hand. I didn't think it was within his reach. Did really well.
He's a tall young man, but he had to use every centimetre of that height to reach that, but reach it he did. Singdale will continue from the Bristol Pavilion end. Ben Cox remarks his guard. Dom Goodman throwing Singdale the ball, from which we can conclude, I think, that Goodman's work is probably done in those terms, in 9 wickets for the game. Singdale with a shortish mid-wicket, and just the one slip, runs in, bowls to Ben. Cox outside off stump, steered out into the offside. He's going to have to hurry, and he does hurry. The throw from Hammond misses anyway. It's backed up by Graham Van Buren, and Cox picks up 1. He moves on to 44-13 to win for Leicestershire, 3 wickets for Gloucestershire.
I think he was home anyway, Cox. It might have been tight.
Well, he was very wisely running between the thrower and the stumps as well. He didn't veer to the other side, did he? He made sure he got something in the way if the throw had been accurate, I suspect. Singdale. He's ready to go, and Green appears to be ready, but Singdale decides he's going to step back and start again. Runs up and bowls very full. It's a full toss and a brilliant stop. Diving across from Van Buren means it's 1 instead of 4. It was on driven and hard by Green. Van Buren flung himself to his left from a straightish mid-on, and Green might feel he missed out a little bit there, but he made sure he kept it down, and Leicestershire have to settle for 1. Green into double figures on to 10-12 to win. Price, who was fielding at shortish mid-wicket, has gone across to fairly conventional extra cover now. Lots of waving to somebody on the sit down, sir, below us in one of the hospitality boxes, perhaps. Green is happy now. Waits with bat raised as Singdale is in, bowls to him. Good bouncer and well, good shortish ball. He played it well actually in the end. Didn't seem to pick it up straight away, but as it rose up towards him, managed to steer it down towards gully. Hammond moved across from a sort of backward point position to field, and there was no run. Two for 50 now for Ajit Singdale. 1 for 20 for Josh Shaw. Cox 44. Raises his bat as Singdale is in, bowls to him, goes straight through him. Bounces over the top of the stumps, cuts back, taken by Bracey, moving across to his left. Hands on heads all round the ground, and did a little bit too much. Picked up a little bit of pace off the pitch, cut back inside Cox, and over the top of the stumps it went. By quite a long way, actually. Did loads. And, well,
still
did
rising
too much.
as Bracey took it.
Yeah, did too much. And as I say, the pitch is probably going to get criticised in some quarters, but I think it's made for a brilliant game of cricket. Singdale in again to Cox, a little bit short, but this time it doesn't really do too much. Cox gets up on his toes, steers it away into the gap in the covers, and Akhtar is the sweeper out there on the offside boundary. Jogs into field. Cox takes 1, moves on to 45. 11 to win now for Leicestershire. Singdale to finish his over. Runs in and bowls on off stump. Ball doesn't do too much. Green just blocks it out into the offside. Picked up by Price. You heard the call of wait from Green. And that is the end of Singdale's 15th over. 2 for 51 for him. Leicestershire finish it on 132 for 7, as I say. 11 to win.
And Josh Shaw will continue from the Ashley Down end. Need for a breakthrough is urgent for Gloucestershire as Shaw comes in. And is that in the air? It is for a while, but it's going to fall safe. Full stroke by Cox. Went to square leg in the end, but there was no fielder within catching distance.
No, he lobbed it up. He tried to turn his wrists on it, but it got big on him and lobbed up towards square leg, hands in the air, but no chance really for Price to scramble across from mid-wicket and get there. Well bowled though. by Shaw. Got it to rise on him. Alphonso Thomas continues to stroll around the boundary.
Shaw in again and left alone by Ben Green.
10 to win. But not last man in yet.
It's tilting inexorably towards Leicestershire, this match. It's had its ebbs and flows. Wickets have tended to fall just as Leicestershire have had their noses in front. Could it happen again? Josh Shaw hopes so as he runs in. And bowls, and there's an appeal for LBW here, not out. Is Tom Longley's response. Looked pretty close.
Well, was it doing a bit? Was it going down leg side? Brace is still down on his haunches. Let's have a look. May need to see it from going down, I think. A little bit of a celeb appeal from Shaw.
Easier to tell from this end.
Yeah, from that, he sort of delivered from quite wide there, Shaw, and his appeal wasn't quite as emphatic as Bracey's. Mops his brow, the Yorkshireman.
It was slanting across, wasn't it?
It was. It was.
Sure, what can he produce this time? There'll be at least a single here for Green. Alert to the possibility of a second which isn't there. It's his namesake who's preventing that. Cameron coming in from the deep extra cover boundary. So it ticks down by one more into single figures. That runs required, down to 9 now. Sure, straight approach. In, and there's a flail outside the off stump there from Ben Cox.
Just too wide. It kind of was there to be put away, wasn't it? But just that little bit too wide. I think he hit over the top of it in the end.
Still bright sunshine over the seat unique stadium. We've had that for most of the day. It's been a lovely day to watch a cricket match. Here's Shaw, and here is Cox pushing it out on the offside. Another single. Tick it down one more. 8 more needed. End of the over.
He's done that brilliantly, Cox, throughout this innings. Really, his innings. It just hasn't tried to overhit the ball. He's found gaps. He's run well, and he's run immediately. They've been very positive in the running and assertive in that respect. He's on to 47. He's kept the strike. 8 to win. Leicestershire 3 wickets for Gloucestershire. You feel that they need something in this over. Dale is getting advice perhaps from the tall Goodman. Claps his hands. He's had a match to remember. The best match of his career, really. Dale in from the pavilion end. Bowls to Ben Cox, who's working behind. He's caught behind. Ben Cox is caught behind, feeling for one outside off stump. And all of a sudden, it's back in the melting pot. Leicestershire still need another 8 runs to win. And the main man, Ben Cox, has gone for 47. And who knows now where this game is going to go. I said 10 to win and last man not in. Well, he's not far away now. Just felt for one outside off stump. Almost steered it into the hands of James Bracey. Cox goes. Caught Bracey. Bowled Dale for 47. 8 to win. Out comes Roman Walker. Roman has had a tough old game. His first game back in the side. Well, it could end in memorable style for him now. Leicestershire are 135 for 8.
It was a bit out of character, that shot, and in terms of the innings hitherto, because he's looked pretty fluent, Ben Cox, and he was really, well, he'd taken Leicestershire so close to the line, and it was rather a tentative push. So, 2 more wickets needed by Gloucestershire. Leicestershire must still be favourites, needing just 8.
Stop saying that, please. Please.
You said something needed to happen this over,
And
Richard.
it has. It has. Singdale then to Roman Walker. Walker bobs at the knees. Singdale is in. Bowls 2 him. He defends solidly on off stump. Holds up the bat to Ben Green. Huge applause for the dot ball from the Gloucestershire faithful below us. Goodness me. Is there going to be another twist?
It won't lie down this match, will it?
8 to win for Leicestershire. 2 wickets for Gloucestershire. Singdale has suddenly come into the game. 3 for 51 he's got now. 2 slips behind Roman Walker. As Singdale is in and bowls very full. Walker is going to get at least 2. He pushes it wide. I think he's going to get 2. Goodman chases back, picks up throws in mid-air, basically, and almost picked up another overthrow there. Fortunately, Van Buren was backing up. Walker takes 2, 6 to win for the Foxes. 2 wickets for Gloucestershire.
Reduces that runs required figure by a quarter.
1 blow will do it, but I would be quite surprised if Ben Green or indeed Roman Walker attempt to win it with a 6.
So would I.
Walker on strike again. Waits, bobs at the knees. Singdale is in, bowls to him, looking for the Yorker. Well played by Walker, who was advancing down the pitch and just jammed his bat down on it. He is a composed character. He's fiery, Roman Walker, as you would expect, someone with a dragon tattoo on his leg, like all good Welshmen, I'm sure. But he's composed character as well. He hasn't made too much of a contribution in this game, but he can make a huge one here. Singdale turns, runs in and bowls. Walker defends on off stump, just drops it out into the covers. Price fields back out at shortish cover now, just the 1 slip. Bancroft. Phone buzzing away with notifications. Dear Lord is one of them. Just that. Dear
Father
Lord.
of mankind.
Dear Lord. And I think that sentiment is being echoed from the East Midlands. Singdale is in. Bowls. Walker's advancing down the pitch. He's going to pick up a run. It comes off a thick inside edge, runs down towards long leg. Shaw picks up and keeps hold of it because it's the end of the over. 138 for 8. Leicestershire 5 to win. Gloucestershire 2 wickets.
There's a lengthy chat going on between the 2 batters. Get him in singles, perhaps. It's been said before.
I think there'd be a few expirations down Leicester way if that's the way they decide to do it, but they won't mind how they come. Well, Walker's kept the strike, hasn't he? So Green, who's been looking tolerably competent and going to 11, can only watch helplessly.
Still to be sure from the Ashley Down Road end. It's the 1 slip in. Much thought going into field placings.
Wicket now with Green at the other end,
And number 11.
My word. Josh Hull is probably sitting there at the moment, hoping.
We've got a man coming in at shortish mid-wicket. Settled now as Shaw runs in towards us. Bowls, and that's defended securely. by Walker. It's pushed out to Ollie Price at that short mid-wicket position. So the scoreboard stays the same. Still 5 needed to win by Leicestershire. Shaw turns. Comes in. Again Walker defends. Again Price in action at mid-wicket. Swiftly onto the ball. No chance of a single. Ben Green can only watch.
Well,
I guess he'd prefer to be on strike at the moment, but there we go.
all 3 results possible in the next over or 2.
Josh Shaw in again. Bowls, that's down the leg side. There's half an appeal, but there's nothing convincing. Almost nothing at all from Josh Shaw. Just looking to play a delivery that was already on his leg side, Walker. And I suppose there was a chance of a strangulation, but it never came.
It was feet away from it, but it was lively. It seamed and bounced away down the leg side.
Walker settles again. Still bright sunshine as Shaw runs in to bowl, and he takes a couple of paces down the wicket and elects in the end to defend that.
Just wondering whether Bracey will stand up, but that would be risky in and of itself, because Walker is, as you say, well, more than a couple of paces down. He's 4 or 5 feet down the pitch when he played that. He's been celebrating his beloved Wrexham winning a 3rd consecutive promotion, Roman Walker. Can he make it a weekend to remember, both personally and for his football club?
Here is Shaw then. Walker defends. As the previous delivery, you sense that maybe there was an attacking thought or two. Not then, not that time.
No, I think Green might have said something to him.
See out the over, perhaps.
Well, yeah. And it would appear to make sense, objectively.
Still those 5 runs needed, still those 2 wickets needed. Shaw wants an adjustment. Fine leg is going a tad finer. He's away again to Walker, who again is down the wicket to defend. Shaw gives him a long, hard look. He hasn't made the breakthrough, and Ben Green is back on strike.
And Green came charging down the pitch there before being sent back by Walker, rightly. So a good maiden from Josh Shaw. And Singdale, who has picked up the last 3 wickets, needs 2 more. Come on, says Dom Goodman, clapping his hands to his teammate.
This will be his 17th over, Ajit Singdale.
Yep, 3 for 54 he's got. Lots of encouragement for him. Ben Green will be on strike, saying, "We happy with the field?" Yes. Singdale lopes in and bowls to Green, who's in, oh, lobs it back down the pitch in the air. It got big on him. It was just to the left of Singdale. He rehearses the pull in, just popped it up into the air and, well, probably landed about a foot away from Singdale as he tried to fling himself to his left and get his hand underneath it. My word, that wasn't far away.
Just not quite reachable.
Lots of prodding at the pitch from both Walker and Green. Singdale rather limps back towards the top of his mark.
I hope he hasn't done himself any damage in that dive.
He's ready to go again. Runs in. Bowls and tucks Green up a little bit. The Somerset low knee more than equal to it, just plays it calmly out towards mid-wicket. Those 5 runs seem like an awful lot of runs at the moment. Leicestershire. Well, they're being given the single really almost on the leg side. There's only Van Buren at mid-on saving 1. Gloucestershire would prefer to be bowling at Walker, packed offside. Singdale is in and bowls up on his toes. Is Green. You heard the bellow of weight as he played it out into the offside. Hammond comes chasing in from point. The baggy trousered Hammond, shirt out of his back of his trousers. Every Gloucestershire fielder very much on their toes, walking, not more than walking, in almost running in with the bowler. Singdale is in and bowls, grunt of effort, again slightly short of a length on off stump. Again Walker defends out towards Hammond. Where are these runs coming from? They want the Leicestershire batters to try and make something happen almost.
They're coming out of a mangle, Richard.
It feels that way. It really does feel that way. Come on, Ajit, is the scream of encouragement below us. Singdale runs in and bowls, and a good leave. It's a nice delivery just outside off stump, moving away a touch, and Walker applauds as Green let it go through.
He almost played it.
He did almost play it. He remains on 11. 138 for 8. Still 5 to win. Still 2 wickets to win. Dot ball after dot ball. Somebody once famously said you can cut the atmosphere with a cricket stump. In goes Singdale. Bowls, a little bit short, but outside off stump, and Green can only push it to Hammond again. Another maiden, consecutive maidens, bowled by Josh Shaw and Ajit Singdale. 17 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 54 for Singdale. And Josh Shaw, who might have thought that was his last over, or feared it might have been his last over, will get another chance. He's got 1 for 23 from 8 at the moment, and he's going to be bowling to Roman Walker. 49 on Walker's back. The field, Bancroft at first slip, summons the offside sweeper in to the covers.
Oh no, he's going.
No,
going back deep.
Cameron Green came running in, and then Bancroft changed his mind. He was summoned in, but now he's gone back. Shorter bowl.
Here he is. Walker. Oh, it's up in the air. There's an appeal for LBW. Nothing's going to happen though. The finger hasn't gone up for any reason at all.
He was so far forward. So far forward. It probably hit him outside the line. Gloucestershire can't believe they're not getting some of these decisions though. He walked forward really.
Yeah, it's very difficult to give.
It was a reasonable shout.
It looked pretty straight.
And then it popped up in the air. Walker looks back whether Bracey's saying something or Bancroft is saying something to him. Conversation of sorts going on out there.
And still 5 needed or 2 needed, depending on your point of view. Here's Shaw. Defended by Walker.
It's like being on the rack. Ball after ball. Ball after ball. Seeing a replay of the desperate appeal for leg before from Josh Shaw. Shawsey, come on Shawsey, is the shout from below us.
Yeah, I think that's the Gloucestershire supporter.
I think it might be.
Here he is. Short, and Walker does well, really. Gets underneath it. Just stoops far enough for it to pass aimlessly over his shoulder. Dot after dot after dot. Which won't be alleviating the tension in the minds of the
Like
batters.
being pierced by little darts, isn't it?
Sure. Pounding in towards us. Bowls. Oh, this has gone all the way down for 4 to fine leg. Scores level. Just given a little bit of room. Josh Shaw is distraught. That is almost certainly the telling blow.
I think the general reaction from Leicestershire supporters is phew. They are not going to lose this game now, but it could still be tied. Roman Walker flicked that away very nicely, and Leicestershire now on the brink of their second victory of the season in 4 games, and extending their lead at the top of that second division. The Gloucestershire field comes in, of course it does, to a single saving position. Walker on 7. Is he going to win the game for his side? Well, fielders swapping positions, all sorts going on out there, making the Welshman wait. Shaw, hands on hips, is ready to go. Now comes in from the Ashley Down Road end. Bowls to Walker, who advances down the pitch. There's an appeal for leg before. Again, he's got outside the line, really. I think there. Walked down the pitch, tried to whip it away into the leg side, didn't get anything on it. The appeal is turned down by umpire Longley. And Josh Holt's heart can stop. Well, that was a decent shout as well, you know. He hadn't got so very far down the pitch, and I don't think it would have gone over the top. Walker waits. The score's level. 2 wickets for Gloucestershire to tie. 1 run for Leicestershire to win. Shaw, straightish run. Comes in and bowls. Walker defends. It's gone down towards leg slip. For a minute it looked as though there might be a single in it. Walker wasn't sure where it had gone though. Green decided not to, having taken a step down. End of the over. We go on, 142 for 8. The scores level. Ajit Singh Dale possibly thought he wasn't going to get another over, but he is. If he can take 2 wickets in the next 2 balls, would be an extraordinary
He'll be the
climax.
Toast of Bristol.
He would be the toast of Bristol and beyond. The West Country, parts of it anyway. Ben Green will be on strike. Singdale ready to go. The field in with the exception of long leg for some reason. In he goes and bowls. Green defends, flings himself into the ground, Singdale. So committed is he to his action. Picks himself up, he's okay, thankfully. Polite inquiry from umpire Pollard. He is okay. Gets the ball back from Graham Van Buren. Backs to the top of his mark. Runs in to bowl. Down the leg side, in the air. There's an appeal for a catch, but it came off the thigh pad. Taken by Bracey. Again, screaming appeal, but I suspect he probably knew. Singdale didn't really go up in a sort of committed way. Looped down. I thought it was going to go past Bracey. At first, it was there to sort of help round the corner, actually. He'll be a bit annoyed, I suspect, Green, that he didn't do so.
You could tell by the gentleness of the loop where it had come from.
So it could have been inside edge onto that thigh pad, but it wasn't, said umpire Pollard. Umpires have been immovable, really, for the most part today. In goes Singdale and bowls, defends the short of a length ball, Green out into the offside, and the game goes on. Green 11 off 33, Walker 7 off 17. What a day of cricket it has been. What's that, 16 wickets now? For less than, well, just over 200 runs, for 210 runs. Singdale is in and bowls, Green slaps it away through the offside, and Leicestershire have won. They have won the game by 2 wickets. What an epic day's cricket it has been. The Foxes have, well, almost stumbled over the line in the end. It didn't look like Gloucestershire would have half enough, but what a fight they made of it. A really fine bowling performance following a really fine bowling performance by Leicestershire this morning. 7 wickets apiece in the game for both Ian Holland and Ben Green. 9 wickets for Dom Goodman. He will remember this game with huge personal fondness in his career. Marks a landmark for him. The players shaking hands in the middle, but it's the Foxes who've got across the line and take 20 points from the game.
Yeah, well played, Leicestershire. It's been a pleasure to watch the cricket today, and both sides playing their part in entertaining the spectators. They'll be disappointed, many of them, that Gloucestershire couldn't get over the line. Plenty of Leicestershire supporters here, though, who would have been biting their nails, maybe have no nails left after what they've been through, but it's ended well for them. 2-wicket victory as the players go off. Gloucestershire maybe a little tiredly, a little dispiritedly after getting so close. It can hurt a lot when you get close, and eventually you're on the losing side.
But what a fight they made of it, and they'll take an awful lot of encouragement from that. Ben Green leads Roman Walker from the field, gets a pat on the back from Walker. Bancroft leads the Gloucestershire team from the field. The 2 umpires follow. The ground staff go out to work on the pitch. Thank you so much for your company. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage of what's been a great game of cricket at Seabourn for the first 2 days. I beg your pardon. Stephen Lamb alongside me for the 3rd. And as I say, Stephen, you're very welcome now. For all the Leicester supporters have decided that you should be commentating on all the Foxes games henceforth. Well, Gloucestershire head up to Old Trafford, I think, now.
Yep.
Oh, well, on Thursday, I would think, for a game against Lancashire starting on Friday. Leicestershire will be at home against Northamptonshire, and then both sides have a break after that, and we'll be ready for when there'll be some exhausted minds as well as bodies in both dressing rooms.
Yeah, it's a pretty full-on start to the season, isn't it?
It has been, but Leicestershire's more than solid start to the season continues. The Foxes continue to lead the way at the top of the 2nd division, and well, it remains to be seen whether they'll be able to keep that up, but it's fun while it lasts. From myself, Richard Ray, from Stephen, and from all of us here at the Seat Unique Stadium in Bristol, it's a very good afternoon to you all.